Yay! We made it.
We did, we did. What did it get sketchy there for about 30 seconds? Yes, yes it did.
When doesn't it?
Right?
Okay.
No, I lost my camera, I lost stream. Like I could hear Izzy, I couldn't see anybody, and all of a sudden everything stopped working. I had to
Oh
literally
wow.
reboot.
No sound? Trisha, no
No
sound?
sound.
Izzy
Izzy
doesn't have
doesn't
sound.
have sound.
How does Izzy not have sound?
I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear we the three of us can hear you, but we're all backstage. Okay,
Sticks hears
Stick said he
everyone.
can hear everybody. There we go.
There
And
we
then
go.
like
Okay.
just takes a minute for everybody to catch up. It's fine.
It's fine. My hammer must have landed. That's fair. That's completely fair. All right. Welcome to the Hold My Pen Promptcast. Y'all know it would not be an HMP weekend if there weren't some shenanigans. Now, here's the thing. Y'all are used to me having the technical difficulties, and it wasn't me this time. I'm just happy about that. It wasn't the Izzy, it was the Julie. We had a little bit of a panic mode there for a second, but we're all good. So, as you all know, the Hold My Pen Promcast, here we are. Every single Saturday night, we gather and get together and read out what you've written over the week. And then at the end of the week, you, the audience, votes. What's the next prompt? Again, if the one that gets voted doesn't wind up, working into your story, that's absolutely fine. Maybe one of the other ones does. That's great. Some people around here have taken it their personal challenge, their personal mission to get all three prompts into the submission. Your limit is 2,500 words. Minimum limit is 1 word, but that's a kind of boring story. Everybody's submitting rough drafts. So obviously, there's going to be rough edges. We're looking for the story. We're looking for the story, my guy. All right. I am your co host, typical designated reader, Izzy Kraus. Hello. Also, resident stray kid cult leader, indoctrinating people into the religion. Right, Julie?
Um, you completely bleeped out on my side, so I have no idea what the hell you just said.
That's good.
Don't say yes. Don't say
What did I
yes.
no, what did I miss?
Yes, Doc. I'm just a little smug. Just a little smug that I'm our local resident stray kids cult leader,
It's just going to be
indoctrinating.
one today. One this week.
Yes, we're good to go. Because y'all only gave us
Yeah,
like 12 and a
thankfully,
half thousand words.
we only have to have the one.
So, of course, to that side of me, to that side of me, is our fearless leader, Julie DeFisher, the brain mother of all of this shenanigans. And the back end paperwork guru, which I enjoy because normally I'm the paperwork guru in my life. And so the fact that it's somebody else, I absolutely enjoy that. Absolutely enjoy that. And below me, of course, you've got my bestie of
Now is it
nearly
now is
3 decades. Yeah.
now is he the one that has to create all the spreadsheets for Julie to fill out? Yes. But is she the one that fills them out? No.
I create the framework and then give it to other people and go, here you go. I'm 10% tech support when it comes to those things. Otherwise, we go to our TSV. Which can I just say that I was very pleasantly it gave me a little pink pat me on the head that I got to play technical support Shield Maiden for the technical support meeting today, and it was fantastic.
You cut out. What did you say?
I don't know why I'm cutting out.
She got to
I got to play technical support Shield Maiden to the technical support Viking, and I enjoyed every second of it because that is only gonna happen one out of every 500 times.
Congratulations.
Julie came out and cut out the yes, TSV, tech support Viking. Promptcast.
Julie just froze.
Indoctrinating new members 1 viewer at a time. Yes, along with my beautiful stuffies. I'm hearing things about harnesses in the next room, and I'm a little concerned. We gotta put you in your harness. Where my brain went, not okay, because they're literally talking about putting a cat in a harness to go for a walk. It's okay. It's okay. Quinchana.
okay.
Yeah, the VOD buffered. I don't know what's going
Any
on tonight.
bahoozled.
Lovely.
Spinny
Well,
buffer of doom.
I am not getting any kind of network issues.
I don't
For
know.
once, I don't have network issues over here, but I'm getting the same buffering issues as some of y'all. Yes,
Like
our
on
It
my
Julie.
might
screen
just
down
be
here,
twitching.
it's frozen.
What's frozen?
On my screen down here, it was frozen for a minute there.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're moving now.
we're moving now. All right, so let's get this show on the
We're good.
road. We've done the introductions. You got the warning about the AI at the beginning. You got the way this show rolls. Anything from the co-hosts and fearless leader?
I ended up in the hot seat last night. Everybody go back and watch that one. Show us some love. If you are not, I think Izzy might have covered this a minute ago, but if not, I'm gonna cover it again. If you are not signed up for the newsletter, why the fuck not? It's free. And occasionally I do remember to put it out. I know I haven't for the last 2 weeks. I know, bad Julie, but I've had lifing. Okay, just bear with me. Um, Secondly, if you're not part of the damn Discord, again, why not? We're a lot of fucking fun. Teasing,
We're
tormenting,
even
and apparently turning people.
we're even more unhinged in Discord than we are here. Okay,
We
in the
really are.
funnest way
We
possible.
are exactly. Uh, and
We might
over
love
an
you to
array
death.
of fucking topics. Like
Yes.
we're over an array of topics. If you know anybody who wants to be on Book for Friday, the link is in the bio. Please go to it, fill it out, let us know. Send it to people you think that will be interested in the show. We need people because right now we have one tentative for this Friday and two that we are waiting to hear back from. Other than that, we are like blank through June, July, through the rest of the year. So please do us a favor, add us in. This is where we're at. Um, Otherwise, sit back, enjoy the show, make sure you've got your snacks and all of the goodies because we won't be taking intermission for at least I'd say an hour, possibly two, before we get up, do the happy dance, go run to the bathroom, refill drinks and snacks. So this is the time to freaking do that. Make sure that you are good to go. If you have questions in the freaking comments, we will get to those. Do not worry. But keep them coming. Keep that chat rolling because that gives us engagement and also puts us in front of more people. So we love you a lot. Also share this out to all social medias, and we're fixing to get this bus a rolling. Kesh, you got anything?
No.
Okay, that's it from us. So Izzy, spin that wheel.
I'm in the hot seat first, huh? Gotcha. All right. Ready, Freddy's, y'all. Donna's name flashed across the dash display. Sven smiled faintly and tapped the control on the steering wheel. Hey, Miss Donna. What's good? Sven, honey. Porter Jackson just called. There's a man at his market asking after Maggie, using a different name. What'd he call her? Marjorie Huntington. Well, shit. Sven's grip slipped on the wheel. The truck drifted toward the shoulder before he jerked back. Static hissed through the speakers. What aren't you saying? The silence told him enough. Donna, what did you do? The twins will take care of it. You don't get to make that call on your own. Donna clucked. I always did. You just forgot, kiddo. Heat crawled up the back of his neck. He stared at the phone in the dash cradle, stunned. Honey, we can't hesitate. Maggie can't afford it, she soothed. Sven growled as his grip tightened painfully around the wheel. I won't let you turn this into a hunt. She could get hurt in the crossfire. He gulped. I care about her. Her voice softened. I know you do. I do too. What's done is done. Go to her. Keep her safe. The click sounded abrupt in the silence of the cab. The truck lurched as he punched the gas, tearing down the county road. Fence posts blurred past the windows while Donna's words echoed through the cab. Sven took the turn too fast, gravel exploding beneath the tires. Donna would have his ass later, but he didn't care. He barely put the truck in park before he jumped from the cab, engines still rumbling behind him. In the kitchen, Donna paced, murmuring into an unfamiliar phone. She glanced up when he stormed through the door. Roscoe, honey, I have to go. Sven is here. She waited a beat. I love you too. She ended the call, her gaze fixed on the counter. That didn't take you long. I was in the area, he seethed. You've brought Roscoe into this? She's the best tracker in the region. Why wouldn't I? Donna set the phone down. She's not the only one who can do it without being caught. She doesn't need mixed up in this, Donna. Especially if you've already got the twins involved. He strode unseeing through the front sitting room, a murderous look on his face. Again, he didn't care. What happened, Donna? How did this happen? He slammed a fist on the center island. Donna turned to the refrigerator and retrieved a glass bottle of cola. You know how. He followed that cop. Sven scoffed. He didn't bring him, and he's not working for him either. She twisted off the cap and bent it in half before throwing it across the room into the sink. How do you know? I've been watching him. I've heard things. You're not the only one with eyes and ears in this town. They're not the only assets you have. He stood straighter. She took a slow and deliberate sip from the bottle, staring him down with expressionless grace. He waited, a pain curdling in his gut, taking him back to the night he met Donna. The night he found out his family was gone and the town held more secrets than he'd ever known. Well, you gonna say anything or you just gonna stand there? He knew he was yelling. He couldn't stop himself. You're the only one still innocent, still pure. Bullshit! In the small room, his voice cracked like a gunshot. I buried bodies too, Donna. You were there. You helped. You know what's under that shed as well as I do. Exactly. What's that supposed to mean? That's the worst thing you've ever done. She came around the island's corner, stopping within arm's reach, never breaking eye contact. It's not mine. For the first time since tearing into the driveway, Sven had no idea what to say. All he heard was the clock in the hall ticking and the engine idling outside. He'd trusted her. 2 decades. I thought it was impossible. He turned away, retracing his steps. I guess I was wrong. Her voice carried through the stillness. About what, honey? He hesitated, jaw tightening, but didn't turn around. That you were capable of betrayal. He walked out the door. Dun dun dun.
Is he?
Yes?
We gonna have words.
Why are we gonna have words? Never mind the fact that I name dropped your character twice. Whoa! Thank you, Foggy. I got to hear that. Unfortunately, my co-hosts don't get to hear that. Why are we gonna have words? Yes, I name dropped your character twice, but she didn't appear on page.
She did not.
She did not.
And we discussed that. So that I mean,
Mhm.
but the whole thing is you told me it was going one way and it didn't. It went totally different.
I told you it was going one way because I thought it was going one way. Sven and Donna decided it wasn't going that way.
They're gonna be fun to play with in the prequel.
They really are.
Okay.
The audience doesn't hear the dun dun dun
But
either. Okay.
Conspirators. We are
We
not
are conspirators.
conspirators.
We are conspirators. We are. Our worlds, our books exist in the same world, in the same region. Therefore, it's actually been making things really easy because things that I don't have answers for happen to be in Julie's book and brain, and things that she doesn't have answers for happen to be in my book and brain. So it's working out fantastically. Yeah. That's exactly. Sven was exactly. Oh, that's cute. You think I'm just going to let this betrayal slide? Fuck that.
Right. No, I give you.
That's what Sven said. And then Donna had to be all smug and silent and ripping off that tag and just bending it with her fingers and flicking it. Like, ooh. I wanted to smack that smug smile off her face. Only thing is that she is an inch and a half taller than me, so, that might be a draw.
Yeah. Is what it is. Okay,
Is
let's
what it
see who our
is.
next person is.
Next. We're going to have to fix that clip audio issue. Used to be on there.
Sorry I got quiet there. Had to deal with some stuff with Munchkin. So.
You're okay. Do you hear the spinner?
I don't.
I'm talking to the audience. I know you guys can't hear it. Liam Weller. Ooh. Is this science fiction? Not the Okay, yes, we hear the spinner, but not the removable point dot. Okay, so that's helpful. That is definitely helpful because now we can try figuring out where those other sounds come in and make sure we get some sound. Okay, so Sam Weller has a line, 2 sentences at the beginning of this email. I'm going to read them out. Now, you and the Promptcast are responsible for 3 novels in progress. Are you happy now? Yes. Yes,
Yep.
very much. Ooh, it's fantasy. Okay. The scent of smoke haunted Phil's nightmares. As an elven child of 40, she was still allowed to want to crawl into the same coat as her parents, or she would if she still had parents. She barely remembered her mother, just bad dreams of smoke, screaming, and being jostled around like the last nut in the jar. The last sight of her father was when he handed her up into a stranger's arms. A red flower bloomed on his shirt, and he fell down in the darkness. From that terrible night on, Phil shared her sleep with a grace of other elven orphans. She, like many like her, could not sleep and wandered the branches of this newest Yggdrasil house tree in search of an unknown goal. And that was how Phil was the first to see the distant smoke. The column on the distant horizon looked gray and thin, but it towered over the hazy shapes of far distant mountains. Or was it the ice wall? Phil had asked many adults about the blue gray shapes of the edge of the world, and they always told her it wasn't anything to worry about. Best to keep focus on what you can see and touch, little girl. They would always chide. You have 60 years to learn that more important things are closer to hand. They also told her she was safe in this house tree, safe in the high branches, safe in the wards that prevented anything unwanted from coming in. They'd told her that so many times before. And so many times before, there had been fire. Phil shivered in her place, staring at the gray plume. Her teeth chattered as her head filled with the sounds of screaming, the sound and smell of fire. A smell unlike anything she was familiar with, pungent and somehow sickly sweet, with an aftertaste that clung to the back of her throat. Unfamiliar voices speaking alien words. Haru Kai, Phil whispered, eyes fixed on the gray column, teeth chattering with a chill that wasn't present in the air. Her breath shuddered. Haru Kai. Child, said an adult's voice, one of the people who lived in this house tree. Reluvel, Reluvethel, Revu, an elder of over 1,000 years. What game are you playing? So far from your friends. They weren't friends. They were just other children snatched from the fires and whisked away to a safer place. Phil hadn't known anyone else in the Grace of Elves before they'd all been loaded into the same cart in the middle of the night. And yet they shared one thing in common, being hurriedly thrust into the arms of strangers without ever being told why. They're coming. The bad things are coming. Phil pointed at the ominous rising cloud. Harukai. Reluvel. Reluvethel. Vethel. Reluvethel doffed her shawl and wrapped it around Phil's shoulders. On the matriarch, it looked like a graceful tumble of snowflakes and leaves, stopping just short of allowing the trailing fringe from brushing the shaped wood floor. On Phil's thin shoulders and shorter frame, it overlapped its proper bounds and dragged. She felt like a teenager playing dress up. There's nothing to fear, child, cooed the old lady. Our lands are heavily warded, and our borders are trapped with the best magics. We've made peace with dragonkind, and we're free to best the lands. She kissed Phil's brow and petted her head. Come along, there's sweet cakes with breakfast. Our bees have been generous with their honey. She offered her hand. Phil was glad to take it, even though she feared it was a temporary comfort. She joined the rest of the Grace clustered together at the visitors' table. The true children of the house tree sat between their parents. Phil tried not to be jealous of them. She failed. You should be warm enough, child, said Reluvethel. May I have my shawl back? No thought was involved. She took it off and handed it back with a thank you, Honored Elder, just like no thought was involved in eating the barley oat and millet porridge set in front of her. Phil devoted all of that thought to listening to the adults as hard as she could. Her body was well trained to eat in a civilized manner and could feed itself on its own. Another unsettled little soul, said Reluvethel as she joined the adults and elders at the residence table. The poor children are discombobulated at best. I've noted some If you weren't so far away, Bitzer, I'd kick you in the keister. Somnambulism, amongst other parasomnias. She was speaking in the more complicated words so the children would not be disturbed. Bad luck for them that Phil was learning all the advanced words she could whenever they weren't watching her. Many are apprehensive, noted another elder, Winmore. eh, Winmora. Moira. Winmoira. Both were in charge of looking after Phil's fellow homeless younglings. There's many aphasiacs present. Time will heal, given sufficient security. Meaning that the newcomer Grace of Elves were sleepwalkers, had night terrors and other disordered nights, were nervous and often mute. Phil had learned another word for what she and the disrupted children were traumatized, some more than others. They clung to each other because there was nobody else nearby, nobody else close enough and long enough. They had no adults they knew with them. They had no friends. They had no family. So they clung to whoever happened to be nearest. Another elder caring for Phil's grace spoke. This one was called Alcerin. I noted much on their welcome. Pyrophobia, fear of fire. Angrophobia, fear of anger. Ikomophobia, fear of pointy objects. Autophobia, fear of being alone. Hemophobia, fear of blood. Megalophobia, fear of large things, amongst many other ailments. I must concur. Agree. There is a common correlation, something the displaced Grace shared, between all these newcomers. The adults had to have a reason for hiding their worries, concerns. Phil knew the tiny ones were less scared when a larger elf was calm. What Phil didn't like, objected to, was how they pretended their fears weren't real. Nothing to worry about, they kept saying. The smoke would get closer. Phil knew it. She'd seen it so many times. She'd heard them tell her not to worry so many times. She'd cleaned her plate. The sweet cake was nothing more than crumbs. She'd even finished her honeyed herbed milk. Phil wiped her mouth politely and said, May I be excused to explore, please? Alcerin smiled warmly. Of course, child. Lead by example and show the others how to be brave. Phil didn't feel brave. She felt like a coward. She poked around inside the giant shaped tree, looking into nook and cubby, finding rooms that weren't hers, the library, caches of small playthings, and finally, what she was looking for. Backpacks, empty and ready to be filled with supplies that a traveler might need for any given journey. Phil found one that was only a little bit too big for her. Maybe she would have time to grow into it, this cycle of terrors. Phil doubted it. She had yet to grow into the dress from her last told it was safe house. She might stay smaller than everyone else forever. She packed it with boots that were a little too big and a dozen socks. Pack on her back, she went looking for other things to bring along. Underwear almost her size. 3 pairs for top and bottom. Phil sneered at the memory of a different adult. Your body only looks adult, child. Your mind has much to learn, so you may become adult. Nevertheless, she needed some adult things, just in case. She didn't need the belt or the stuffing yet, but she packed one anyway. Shoved it, red-faced, into the bottommost corner. Practical. She had to be practical. Phil had had nightmares of her blooming while being moved, leaving a trail of her own blood for the huge, loud badness to follow her and whichever grace of younglings she was with at the time. Some adults told her she was too young for that to happen, told her that she need not worry. Phil worried anyway. She did not like feeling it. That was why she was creeping around looking for anything that would help her feel prepared, ready. Another room full of shelves shaped from the living wood of the house tree, some holding baskets. Bundles of travel bread went into the backpack. 5. Phil didn't know why 5 bundles, but it helped her feel better. Files of vials, spelled with a PH. Okay. Files of gorp were too fragile, as were the little ceramic jars containing pickled goodberries. A small pouch of the dried ones went into her pack. The same with a couple of bundles of dried meat. It was enough to keep her going until she found somewhere safe. Somewhere safer than told it was safe, for sure. With that in mind, Phil went looking for all-weather clothing. What she found were this house tree's servant pets. Ugly, wide-faced things with jutting snouts for mouths and pushed-in noses. They walked like elvenkind, but had enormous rounded ears, too many fingers on their hands, and swept-back heads. Phil stopped, startled by the creature. The last house tree that had them had let them walk around in whatever they pleased to wear. Natives of the very distant savannas, this one looked to be wearing something the masters of the house tree decided for all the servant pets. What were they called again? Hominids? Whatever they were called, Phil was glad that the masters of this house tree had put their too many toes inside soft leather shoes. She was very glad that this one wore pants and a kind of top that was basically one length of cloth with a hole to allow the head. It looked like it was just as scared of Phil as Phil was of it. No hurt I, said the beast. No hurt I? Phil never knew they could speak. Even if they spoke like a baby, they may not understand much. She baby talked back to it. No hurt you. No hurt I? The creature said, yeah, no hurt. I help? Could it help? Phil raced to remember what she needed. Clothes, she said. Seek clothes. Yeah, I help, the servant pet. Come, come. Elves were meant to glide from hither to yon. This creature, on the other hand, sort of waddled. Its feet flapped against the floor. Plap, 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 plap. Clothes, said the beast, pointing into another storage space. One hand held open as if expecting a treat. Thank you. She'd had a little bead loose on her borrowed and unfitted dress since someone put it on her 2 moves ago. She pulled it off and very carefully placed it in the creature's palm. She jumped back before it could hurt her and bumped into the entry frame. The servant pet clenched the bead close to its chest. Ta, it said, and plopped off into the labyrinth where only the servants wanted to go. Phil waited until her heart stopped trying to escape her chest before she went into the storage space. Clothes, yes, made for working in or traveling in. Shirts and trews mostly. Some thick felt things that were halfway cloaks and halfway coats, and maybe half tent with it. She found one that would fit and crammed it in. A pair of trews and a shirt that would be too loose, and the backpack was looking dangerously full. She tied a knife to one side of the pack and scurried back to the highest branches of the house tree to find somewhere good to hide it. House trees had cubbies everywhere. What was once a niche would become a nook as the Yggdrasil grew. Then it would become a storeroom before it was finally big enough to become a cote where a grace could rest in safety. Then, if the tree continued for even more time, the cote would become a suite for a family unit with all the things a family would need. It would be interesting to live through watching it, but Phil had never stayed in one place for longer than a handful of years. She found the branch where she often stopped to watch the world, the one that let her see the most of the steps surrounding the house tree. The smoke was still there, coming from the same place. It was thinner, true, but that didn't mean she was safe. Phil tore her eyes away from her terror and looked about for the right kind of cubby, one that would be overlooked. There, down low, the backpack would make it look like it was shallower than it was, especially if she arranged the straps just right. Wedged in like that, it would be hard to get out, but it was also hard for an adult to spot and fix. Their fixes didn't make anything better. If trouble came, she would probably be watching it come. When trouble came, she would be ready. The adults told her she was safe here. The adults lied. Pretty lies, but lies all the same. Lies like, don't worry, or everything's going to be fine. And their biggest lie of all, the bad thing will never come here. You're protected. You're safe. Phil found herself. Once again, one of the adults found her. You see, it's going away. Nothing to be afraid of. Lies. And Phil knew it. Smoke like that meant another wagon with another grace of elven children who had become traumatized. They might not come to this house tree, but they would wash up somewhere with bad dreams of smoke and one war cry burned into their brains. Haru Kai. People keep saying that, said Phil. They don't mean it. It's not true. They're saying it so we don't cry. She dared risk escaping this elder's guiding hand so she could turn and hold their arm. It's all right. You can tell me the real truth. I won't cry, I promise. A soft smile that meant that the adult didn't mean it. Like someone would smile to a baby's scribble and call it a wonderful drawing. Condescending. The truth is that you are safe now. The dangers that frighten you will not frighten you anymore. They will never come here. They took Phil's hand off their arm and held it between both their hands. I promise you will be able to make this house your home. Phil felt like she wanted to throw up. She did yank her hand away from the adult and screamed, liar, 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 until they had to use a spell to make her sleep. Dun, dun, dun. Holy fuck. But we gonna have words.
Are we keeping humans as pets?
We keeping humans as pets. What?
Is that what the what the little guy that was helping her is? Hominids.
Hominids.
Yes, hominids. That's what we are. Not yet human. Oh, okay.
Like, not yet full elf.
Lots of words today.
Yep, definitely lots of words, and I'm pretty sure that if you ask Bitzer, there is a vocabulary test after.
I mean, look, the fact that I knew most of those phobias, that paragraph was a little tough to read, because I knew how to pronounce the majority of the phobias, but I couldn't quite tell if Phil was, like, hearing the adult say the phobia, and then she like, the narrative was explaining it, but from her POV. There were obviously, the final draft will not have the pronunciation guide in there, uh, but I thought that was kinda cute too. If that's what it was, yeah, she was translating in her head. That was cute. To get it formatted so that way it shows that more clear will be brilliant. Fucking brilliant. And we're live again. Yay! Fucking hell.
It
Twitch be
is
twitching.
Memorial Day weekend, so and it in certain parts of the country it's fucking rainy as hell. So I'm not surprised that we're
Yeah.
having issues.
Look, I'm looking at the back end. Remember how many times in the past where I would sit here and I'd be looking at it and going, I know network issues. I got none of that. I got none of that. So it is not that the TSV's BBC is holding nicely.
That's what she said. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah,
I mean, I
yep,
could have,
nope.
but I didn't.
Yeah, no, I totes get it.
Well,
Totes get it.
YouTube seems to be doing really well. If it seems like it's doing really choppy over here, do not be afraid to go over there. We will still be able to see your chats. So,
Yes. Bitzer. Ad starts in 9876. I'm sorry, I am probably doing a horrible pronunciation
Izzy
of
could have
so
this
spun the
episode.
wheel.
Huh?
yeah, Izzy could have spun the wheel.
Oh, I could.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
I could. Refresh.
Um,
Refresh.
if you
Why did
are
it not
over
do that?
on the YouTube side, please consider subscribing. It costs you nothing.
Oh, that's why. There. I clicked the button and it just
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget over on the YouTube side, please subscribe because it costs you nothing. If anything, it'll help us get it out to more people.
Yep.
So let's keep it rolling. Who did it land on? Death. That's what.
Okay.
Okay.
Death.
Gotcha.
She's coming right back, right?
Yeah, she should be.
Okay.
She ran out of the room for a second. Hold on, people. Uh,
So how's
all right,
everyone doing tonight?
yeah, how's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying the show so far? And I understand we're only 2 stories in, but Sorry, my pizza showed up, so I had to eat.
Yeah, I had to eat my dinner too, because I literally ran home from work.
I mean, she's not the one with the baseball bat. I am, but I can lend it to her.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah, yes, while traumatizing people with Elvish pronunciations. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Hey, at least try to make my names semi easy to pronounce ish, or try anyway.
Right.
Foggy, no. It's all
No,
one
Foggy is
stream
not
tonight.
gonna be. Well, we're praying for a non-rainy Memorial Day here in Tennessee. The only problem is it actually looks like it's going to be a rainy. We're scheduled for rain for the next 2 weeks,
No
on
more.
and off. And personally, I don't think my yard can take any more water. Now, I'm the last house on dead end road in a one horse town. Beside me, you have a valley, and if that valley starts to rise,
Okay, I guess I'm reading
we'll
deaths.
let's just say,
I guess I'm reading deaths.
okay,
Let me pull up
this will be
the
fun.
email. Oh, that's not even on the email. Give me a second here. Mhm. Okie dokie. Okay, so this is William F. Ruffy. Um, looks like this is a continuation of the spider cult one. Well, shit, Robert hissed, pressing his back against the mineshaft wall. The cold stone seemed to sap his strength as though he remained still long enough. If he remained still long enough, he'd fuse into the rock of the mountain and leave behind all of the bullshit he'd been dealing with recently. When he opened his eyes, he was still there in the mine, still blocked in by a police firing squad, and the others were all looking expectantly at him like he had any goddamn idea what to do. Robert pointed at Jeremiah and asked, "Is there a back way out of this place?" "Perhaps some cave exit through which the water's seeped, but that way would be closed to Ignacio and myself." "Well, the cops will shoot us dead if we go out the front way," Robert said, closing his eyes. "There must be another way." "Worth a shot," Robert muttered, waving them to follow as he started towards the tunnel. Ignacio spoke, his voice worried. "And what of the police? They won't be waiting out there all night. We can be sure of that. Block off the tunnel with one of these mine carts they left behind. That'll slow them down." "They'll kill me if it comes They'll kill me if it comes to violence," Ignacio retorted. "Now you tell me how we're getting out of this." "I don't know," Robert snapped back. "That's the God's honest truth. Let me go see that pastor and see if he knows any way out." Ignacio grimaced, walking towards one of the mine carts like a condemned man on his way to the gallows. Sarah took Robert's arm, pulling him along as they made their way down the winding tunnels to the hidden cathedral. Even after having it described to him, it was still shocking to see an edifice carved into mountainous rock. Sorrowful whining echoed through the cavern like a wounded dog. Robert marched through the doors and down the aisle, finding the bound pastor hog-tied at the altar. Eugene lifted his head, moaning, "Please end me. Spare me that bullshit. The police are blocking the entrance, and we need a second way out of here. You will find there are none. Only one way in or out for men, souls, and beasts alike." "There must be some other entrance," Sarah said plaintively. "No, we are trapped. And once my mortal life ends, the curse upon my body shall turn me into a dragon to rage in this lair. A fitting end for one who will never see the glory Lowry's bringing in to birth in, is it Mendocino? Mendocino Manor?" "Jeremiah said something about that," Robert said, a brutal idea coming to him as he opened the pastor's shirt with his pistol barrel and ran it along the arcane inscriptions in the man's flesh. He looked up at Sarah, his lips parting. "You can't be thinking what I think you're thinking," she said, her skin turning ashen. "One way in or out, and Lowry's out there with his spider priestess cooking up another plot to end everything." "We can't murder a man," Sarah said, shuddering. "No, but we can throw him into the police line of fire." "Please, no, let me perish in peace here," Eugene croaked. "I will serve as a guardian and warning." "Up," Robert said, seizing the man's bindings. "You're coming with us and then clearing the way." "Do you want to take over for the next section, Izzy? Just yes or no, shake. There's like a asterisk.
Okay. Thank you. I had to do some things. A tremor rolled through Sarah's body, bile biting at the back of her throat as she marched past her Eugene with Robert's help. The trio emerged into the junction room, a pale Jeremiah, a disgruntled Ignacio, and a worried Jack all looking at them. It was the first of them who spoke, leveling a finger as he uttered, "You cannot." "Watch us," Robert retorted. "No!" Jeremiah cried, leaping up. "Jack, restrain the old man," Sarah called. "You cannot sacrifice Eugene to make good our escape," Jeremiah shouted as Jack closed the old man in a bear hug and restrained him. "What will happen to that man, eh?" Ignacio asked. "He'll turn into a monster and attack the police," Robert replied, pushing Eugene forward. "Would you rather get into a shootout or surrender yourself?" Ignacio made a noise, crossing himself as he stepped out of the way. "You don't even know what sort of beast will emerge," Jeremiah cried. From the entrance corridor, Sheriff Lawrence crowed. "What is that yelling I hear? Are you all ready to give yourselves over to justice?" "Yeah, just not your justice," Robert hissed. Sarah bit her lips, marching at his side with the pastor ahead of them into the winding tunnel. The first glow of the blinding lights grew until their eyes were stinging. At last, they came to the turn before the entrance. Here, Sarah took a deep breath and hunched down. Then she ran with Robert, forcing the pastor ahead of them. They ran all the way to the entrance and shoved him outside. A shot rang out as Sarah threw herself against the wall and squeezed behind a support beam. Robert stood opposite her, grimacing as a second and third shot echoed, followed by Sheriff Lawrence yelling, "Cease fire, you idiots!" "I think we killed him, sir," came the wavering voice of Deputy Danvers. "Oh, you just nicked him a little, is all, I bet." An inhuman noise echoed from outside, followed by a fleshy, crackling sound. Screams and more gunfire roared to life, an ear-splitting shriek cutting through the air. Sarah eased her head out of cover, half expecting to be killed instantly. Outside, through the blinding light, she glimpsed a dark shape slashing with claws at one of the deputies, his mortal wail warbling through the night. She swallowed, glancing up the tunnel to see Jack peeking out with Ignacio right beside him. That was when Sarah raced across the tunnel and took hold of Robert, shouting, "We go now!" But now we go! And so she did, the blinding lights cutting off as they raced out across the flat ground and along the mountain trail. None of the policemen seemed to notice them, though one gunshot flew heart-stoppingly close past Sarah's head. When something cold and wet did strike Sarah, she stumbled, certain she was dead. Robert kept her on her feet, a rushing roar echoing through the air as the skies opened up and rain poured down in sheets. Out of the gloom appeared Robert's Model T, along with a half dozen police cars sitting empty where once there had been the choir trucks. Robert pushed Sarah inside and clambered in behind her, both of them taking a deep breath together. "That was too close for comfort," Sarah said. "The monster is out there. It's still out there, whatever it is," Robert muttered, starting the engine. "Wait!" Sarah exclaimed, looking up the trail and seeing no trace of Jack, Jeremiah, or Ignacio. "They're still coming." "Or they were shot dead, or got scared and hid in the mines," Robert said. "We have to stop Lowry and the spider." "No, please. This whole thing started because I lost my brother. I can't leave him now." "This whole thing will end with the apocalypse if we don't stop them." 5 minutes, please," Sarah begged, seizing his arm. As though in twisted answer to her prayer, a one-armed sheriff's deputy staggered into view from up the trail, took one look at them and lifted his pistol. Sarah felt Robert shoving her to the seat as the man shot once, his bullet shattering the side window. Then he collapsed to the ground, a guttural noise echoing from his body. "There are spare cars around here," Robert said, sitting upright, taking hold of the wheel, "and they know where we're going." "Mendocino Manor," Sarah muttered, pressing herself against the seat as she willed her brother and the others to appear. Instead, Robert backed onto the road and drove away into the thickening rain, leaving the whole horror of Hood Mountain behind. The engine sputtered and whined in protest, a whole night of driving having pushed the vehicle to the limit. Robert wasn't far from his own limit, his hands trembling, the impossible trail which had brought him here flitting through his mind. He weaved through the towering redwoods, a part of him waiting to wake up and find that the whole thing had been a nightmare. Instead, the rotten facade of the manor appeared ahead, a van bearing the insignia of the Chanut Asylum parked in front of the porch. And seated on the porch swing was an orderly in white, clutching a shotgun. The man jumped to his feet as Robert's Model T squealed to a stop. An electric buzz came over him as he drew his pistol and took aim. The man in white flashed to one in gray, a kraut with a rifle charging through a different rainy forest. And like then, Robert shot the man down, one shot crumpling him like cutting a puppet's strings. When he came back full to the car, Sarah was screaming, the orderly in white laying on the ground in an ever-darkening pool. Robert said only, "It had to be done." Then he eased himself out of the car, walking around to the back. There, he took out as many fire starters as he could, keeping one eye on the windows of the rotten manor. There was no movement, no hint of light. The edifice was dead. When Sarah stepped to his side, he shoved cans of sterno and flares into her hands, and then marched towards the manor behind his gun. Robert paused only briefly to scoop up the shotgun, passing it off to Sarah as he marched up to the door and kicked it open. He flashed on his light, flicking it through an entry room covered in fallen ceiling, lath, and mold. And there, tied up to a post in the center, was Maximilian. Sarah hurried past him, rushing to her father as she said, "Thank daggone, you're alive." Your old man wouldn't keel over that easily. Now hurry up and untie me. These ropes aren't making my aching joints any happier. Is there anyone else in here? Robert asked, shifting his gun between the doors as Sarah set to work untying the old man. Only the one orderly. I assume that bang was you killing him, though. Maximilian sighed when the ropes fell away, taking a staggering step away from the pillar as he rubbed his wrists. That's better. Are you sure it was only the two of you who came up here? Robert asked, frowning as he kept sweeping his gaze over the manor. That's what I said now, isn't it? Maximilian snapped, turning towards the kitchen door. Now follow me, we have supplies to gather. I think it would be wiser to leave, Sarah said. Lowry and Tulatarn could be anywhere by now. Finding what that man was preparing here is more important, Maximilian replied dismissively. Now come. I shall examine the basement. Sarah, check upstairs. Robert, finish searching this floor, would you? I would not, Robert replied, training his gun on Maximilian. Hey, Sarah exclaimed. What the hell are you doing? You seem remarkably calm for a man who is going to be sacrificed tonight, Robert said loudly. Is a man not entitled to his nerve? Maximilian asked, shooting him a wary glance. And besides, are you not curious to see what Lowry has hidden beneath the facade? I want to get out of this alive, Robert retorted. And besides, we stopped that pastor at Hood Mountain. Lowry's plans are already foiled. All the more reason to find out what he was up to. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Sarah asked. Well, at least let us stick together, Robert said. If we split up, Lowry might well pick us off, one by one. But we can cover more ground if we part company for a time now, can't we? Why do you want me off alone? Robert asked quietly. Well, old man? Father, what's going on? Sarah asked, laying a hand on his shoulder. Maximilian sighed, shaking his head slowly. And here I thought you were come to rescue me. You were in this with Lowry, weren't you? Robert asked. That's how he knew all of those hidden secrets of the deep. That's why you vanished into his asylum. You try to double cross him or just have a falling out. He's talking crazy, Sarah breathed. Tell me he's talking crazy. Oh dear, Maximilian muttered, turning on Robert with cold fury in his eyes. Why couldn't you be a good child of a servant and go where I needed you? You want to sacrifice me, is that right? Well, I certainly am not going to offer my daughter nor myself, he shot back. What? Sarah jumped back from him. What are you talking about? Oh, come now. I tried to leave you alone to have your fun. Are the alert sounds coming through now, people? Trying to read while suddenly the stabby sound comes through my headphones. Okay, cool. We figured it out. Oh, come now. I tried to leave you alone to have your fun, but surely you've seen how the surface world is crumbling. It is time to sweep it away and bring a new era of Atlantis into being. Now that strains of the Song of Bagran are alive in the air, the time is ripe. That's insane, Sarah cried. And this is why I didn't tell you, dear. I knew you'd quail at the thought of your surface playground and playmates being swept away in the deluge. That's not going to happen, Robert said. Sarah, tie him back up and bring him to the car. We're getting out of here before anything else goes wrong. Spoken like a fool who hasn't gotten it in his head that everything is going right, apart from my unfortunate falling out with Lowry. Maximilian stepped back behind the column. As it happens, I believe that this has been resolved in everyone's favor. An all too familiar hiss echoed through the darkness, sending a chill down Robert's spine. He whirled around, seeing red, glowing eyes in rotting holes of the ceiling overhead. A cry echoed through the air, Sarah backing away from her father, the shotgun shaking her hands. Robert taking aim at Maximilian, shouting, "Call off the spider!" "If I must be the sacrifice, I shall be," Maximilian murmured, lifting his hands reverently to the air as something rushed down from above. Dun dun dun! Holy shit!
Yes! You sadistic genius!
Yes.
More on the sadistic side, but genius nonetheless.
Yes. What Julie said.
Holy shitballs!
Did
Holy
he just,
fucking
did we
shitballs!
just watch Dad get eaten by the spider? Like, I just want to know where I need to be. Did we just watch Dad get eaten by the spider?
Yeah, but it turns out that he was in cahoots with Lowry the whole time!
Well, then he deserved to be eaten by the spider. But either which way, I'm just making sure that we.
That
Yeah, sorry, Dice. We're yeah, sorry. That's probably not the best place to jump into that story. Uh
I mean,
Hey, new first time chatter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You just missed a spider attack unless you've been lurking. Um
Plugs and wires and oh my.
oh, hey Doc.
I thought I'd seen Dice Lady 20 before. I just couldn't remember who it was.
I couldn't remember who they were, so I'm like, okay. No, we did not see the spider eat him. We have to assume that the spider ate him. That's
Yes.
why I said
I mean,
we just witnessed the spider eating.
yeah, Death's not here to answer for himself, it would seem.
Yeah. That yeah. Yes, Foggy is on the wheel now. We found it.
Yep.
Sorry, from now on I'll check the spam folder just to make sure.
It got shoved in admin.
I had to shove it in admin to get it out of spam because it wouldn't let me move it from spam to inbox. My thing is still doing something crazy over here. So
There we go. Got it. Okay. All right. Next. Spinny, 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 spin.
Spin the wheel of picking the next victim. I mean, author.
Well, next victim is Nathan.
Oh God.
That one's been threatened with a wiffle ball bat a time or two. Or 300.
I mean, to, just this week. Uh
Is Nathan even here? No.
Nathan
Na Nathan
usually
had a,
catches it on the rebroadcast.
he will catch it
Gotcha.
on the broadcast. Nathan had a, wedding to be at tonight. I think
Gotcha.
that was what it was.
Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. The girl in Blackwater Lake. Just a moment.
Oh, what's the prompt for this week? Well, currently, the one we are reading out, uh, is shit. Hold on a second. I gotta pull it up.
The current weeks. I think they're asking.
Yeah.
Oh, Spitzer's got us.
Yep, Bitzer's got us covered.
Okay. Thank you, Bitzer. That's why Bitzer makes an amazing mod down there. Like,
Yes,
I'm
very
over
much
here
so.
fumbling trying to get shit, and Bitzer's already got it covered. Uh,
I hope you're not here to help.
oh,
Is this an official cam off, Izzy? Is that what that was?
No, it was just so that I could reach back there without showing the whole internet my ass.
I could say
Is it?
something, but you might take offense, so I'm just gonna let it be.
Did is it no pants Saturday today and no one told me?
No, no, I am wearing pants.
Oh,
Okay.
no, 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 no. Definitely, I'm wearing shorts. But the whole thing is no. What I was gonna say, but you have such a nice ass. We've all seen it. Mostly, it was over on uh
Mm, Discord.
over. Well, we've seen it on Discord. There was that one time that Izzy couldn't stop dropping shit when we were over on fucking
TikTok.
clock. Yeah. I couldn't remember fucking TikTok there for a minute. It's like it's been so long since I've had to say the word.
I actually yes, the staff. Now I will say this: my spawn have referred to this as the staff of Gandalf. Um, it is obviously not anything like that. However, it would hurt.
It would hurt. It kind of reminds me of the staff of Rafiki,
Mm.
where it just doesn't have anything hanging off of it, so you can whap Simba in the head with it.
I just
No,
can't
but it
help
does have.
thinking that I'm gonna have to drive over and rescue her from a hole in her floor because she's hitting so hard. Oh, there's Nathan.
There's Nathan. Perfect timing. So, um, yes, I don't have a baseball bat in my house. It's in my pickup truck. So I brought the next best thing. Now, here's the thing. One of my spawns came down because I have it over there so that way in the middle of the night if my child is rolling around or walking around too much up there, I just grab it and I reach it up and I pop it on the ceiling and he knows shut the fuck up so that mom can go to sleep. Okay. Ad ends in a minute. Baba Yaga.
Hmm. I, I could kind of see that.
Yeah, there was a day where, when we first met Will, and, they were talking about, favorite kid and this, that, and the other, and next thing you know, Lex says there can be only one, and, Will was like, "Oh, you wanna have a lightsaber battle?" So, proceeded to make a staff that looks like a lightsaber, so they both have lightsaber staffs, and, I said, "Okay, look, mine predates both of yours, and do not make me break it up."
I'm still waiting for the sibling fight of who's
That's
who's.
that's that's what this is for, to break that up. But I've been carrying this around for, god, good 7, 8 years. Carved it down myself. So, okay, ads over. Are we ready, people? The Girl in Blackwater Lake. Part 1. The Letter. In a town built on secrets, Isabella was about to uncover the one truth that would change everything. Rain clung to the windshield in silver streaks as Isabella Vale drove into Blackwater County for the first time in 17 years. Sky looked wrong. Too low, too heavy. The kind of sky that pressed down on a place until it felt buried beneath itself. Thunder rolled somewhere beyond the mountains, low and restless. Ahead, the rusted sign welcomed her home like an old wound reopening. Welcome to Blackwater. Population 4,203. Someone had spray painted over the bottom. Some things should stay buried. The paint had begun to drip. Isabella stared at it for a second too long, then drove past. The town emerged slowly through curtains of rain, old brick storefronts leaning with age, crooked church steeples piercing the gray sky, diners with flickering neon signs buzzing like dying insects. Everything looked smaller than memory. Smaller, colder, like time had abandoned it halfway through becoming something better. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel. 32 years old, 3 states away from the life she built in Atlanta. A forensic photographer. No husband, no children, no roots. And now, no mother. Her jaw tightened. The thought still refused to settle. Margaret Vale, gone. Heart failure. 71. Sudden, clean. At least that's what Sheriff Noah Granger told her over the phone. But grief wasn't clean. It sat in strange places, in empty pauses, in the urge to call someone who no longer existed, and remembering things you thought you forgot. The windshield wipers dragged again. Thump, thump, thump. Her mother hated storms. Bad things happen near water when it rains, she used to say. As a child, Isabella thought it sounded mystical. Now it felt unsettling. She passed the old gas station where she used to beg for candy bars after school, the abandoned movie theater, the tiny grocery store. Everything still alive in the same exhausted way. Blackwater wasn't a town people escaped, and even that, barely. Her phone buzzed in the cup holder. Sheriff Noah Granger. She hesitated before answering. Yeah? You're in town? His voice hadn't changed much. Older, rougher around the edges, but steady. Comfortably familiar. The kind of voice that made hard truths sound survivable. Just cross Main Street. You eat? No. Figures. A sigh. Diner's still open. I'll meet you there. I'm not hungry. You're grieving, he said plainly. Different thing. She almost smiled despite herself. Noah had always been like that. Blunt, quiet, steady. 5 years older than her. Best friend growing up. The sheriff's son who used to walk her home when thunderstorms scared her. Then one day, he left for the Mariners. She left for college. Life happened. Distance calcified things. Now here they were. Older strangers with shared ghosts. "I'll think about it," she said. "You remember Miller's?" "Hard to forget." "Good." The line clicked dead. No goodbye. Some things in Blackwater never changed. Her mother's house sat at the end of Willow Road beneath towering pine trees that swallowed Light Hole. The porch sagged. Wind chimes rattled softly. Dead leaves gathered against the front steps. The house looked lonelier than she remembered. Smaller, too. Isabella killed the engine. Silence settled around her. No city noise, no distant traffic, only wind moving through trees. And somewhere, far off, water. Blackwater Lake. She could hear it when storms came. Always had. The sound made her stomach twist. She hadn't gone near the lake since she was 15. Hadn't wanted to. Couldn't explain why. Just knew something in her hated it. Instinctively. Primitively. She grabbed her bag and stepped out. The air smelled like wet earth and cedar. And memory. Too much memory. The front door unlocked too easily. Inside, stillness. Dust. Lavender. Her mother's scent lingered faintly in the wallpaper. The old grandfather clock ticked from the hallway. Family photos covered the mantel, except there weren't many. Not really. No father, no grandparents, no childhood albums. Her mother had always avoided talking about family. Whenever Isabella asked, some stories are better left sleeping. At the time, it sounded poetic. Now, it sounded suspicious. Thunder cracked overhead. The lights flickered. Isabella exhaled shakily. "Okay," she whispered to the empty house. "Let's do this." She spent the next hour opening windows, sorting mail, avoiding grief, until she found the envelope. Sat alone inside the kitchen drawer beneath old takeout menus and expired coupons. Cream-colored, yellowed with age. Her name written carefully in familiar handwriting. For Isabella, don't open until I'm gone. Her pulse slowed, then quickened. No. No, no, no. Her mother wouldn't. Would she? Hands suddenly unsteady, Isabella carried it to the kitchen table. Rain battered the windows harder now. Thunder rolled like distant collapsing mountains. The house groaned softly. She opened it. Inside, a photograph. And a letter. Her breath caught. The photograph hit first. A little girl, maybe 6. Dark curls, smiling. Standing beside another little girl near a lake. Holding hands. The second girl had blonde hair, freckles, a yellow raincoat. Isabella. It was Isabella. Her chest tightened. No. No. Impossible. Because she recognized the other child immediately. Everyone in Blackwater knew her face, even decades later. Abigail Wren. The missing girl. The ghost story. The tragedy. The child who vanished from Blackwater Lake 30 years ago. She disappeared in 1994. Never found. No bodies, no answers. Just flowers left every year near the shoreline. And newspaper headlines that never stopped haunting the town. Except Isabella was 32. She wasn't born until 1993. The math didn't work. The photo trembled in her hand. Cold spread through her stomach. Impossible. Then she unfolded the letter. Her mother's handwriting looked rushed, shaking, afraid. "Isa, if you're reading this, I've run out of time. There are things I never told you. Things I convinced myself I was protecting you from. I know you may hate me for this, but if I had told you the truth, you would have never had a normal life. Your name is not Isabella Vale, and I am not your mother." The room tilted. Her chair scraped backward violently. "No," she read faster, heart hammering. "I loved you like my own, every day, every second. But someone dangerous was looking for you, so I lied. Sheriff Thomas Granger helped me. We changed records, we left town, we buried everything. If you want answers, go to Blackwater Lake. Find the boathouse. Underneath the floorboards, the truth. I'm sorry. More than you know. Margaret." Silence. Except rain. And breathing. Her breathing. Sharp. Unsteady. Impossible. This had to be grief. Shock. Some cruel mistake. Her eyes drifted back to the photograph. Abigail Wren smiling beside her. A child who vanished before Isabella should have existed. The date written in faded ink across the back. October 1992. A full year before Isabella was supposedly born. Thunder cracked so violently the house shook. Then, a knock at the door. 3 sharp hits. Isabella nearly jumped out of her skin. She wiped at tears she hadn't realized started falling. Opened the door. Noah stood there in the rain. Broad shoulders, late 30s, sheriff's jacket soaked through, stubble lining his jaw. Concern immediately crossed his face. "What happened?" She couldn't speak, couldn't think. Instead, she handed him the photograph. The moment he saw it, something changed. A flicker, recognition, fear, gone too fast. But she saw it. Her voice broke. "Tell me," she whispered. Noah looked away, rain dripping from his hair, jaw tightening. "Isabella." "Tell me who that girl is." He stayed silent. That silence said too much. "You know," she said. His expression darkened. Thunder growled overhead. Finally, he stepped inside and quietly shut the door. The kind of movement someone makes before delivering news that changes lives. "You should sit down." "No." "Isa, no," she snapped. Her voice cracked. "You don't get to do that. Not right now." She held up the letter with shaking hands. "She said she wasn't my mother." Noah went pale, actually pale, like blood physically drained from him. And suddenly, she knew. He knew everything. Maybe always had. The betrayal hit harder than grief. "How long?" she asked. Silence. "How long have you known?" He looked at the floor, too guilty, too quiet. "Since I was 12, he said softly. The world stopped. Her laugh came out, broken, disbelieving. 12? My dad told me. Sheriff Thomas Granger. Dead 10 years now. The man who taught Isabella how to fish, who bought her ice cream after bad report cards, who apparently helped erase her entire identity." She stepped backward. "No." "Isa, you lied to me? I was trying to protect you." "There it is." Tears blurred her vision. That word. Protect, protect, protect. Everyone protecting her from something, but no one asking if she wanted saving. "What happened at the lake?" she whispered. Noah hesitated too long, and that terrified her more than any answer. Outside, lightning flashed. For a second, Blackwater Lake glimmered through the trees in the distance, dark and waiting, like it had been listening. Then Noah finally spoke, quietly, carefully, like the truth itself might bite. "They never found Abigail Wren," he said. A beat, but his jaw tightened. They found someone else. Isabella went still. What? Noah looked directly at her now, pain in his eyes, fear too. My dad buried the file, he said, because whoever that child was, they thought it might have been you. Thunder exploded overhead.
That's an official mic mute.
Part 2. The boathouse. The thunder didn't just shake the house. It split something open inside Isabella. For a second,
Wait a
she
minute, wait
thought
a
she
minute, wait a
forgot.
minute, wait a minute. I don't know if we're supposed to be reading part 2.
I don't know. Then don't put it in the file, Nathan.
Nathan, are we supposed to be reading part 2 with it?
If y'all don't want me reading it, don't put it in the file.
I,
You understand?
Yes, his
You
worst cut
understand?
was only 1581. That's why I was like, I
Go ahead. All right. Good.
okay.
The thunder didn't just shake the house. It split something open inside Isabella. For a second, she forgot how to breathe. Rain hammered the roof hard enough to sound like fists. Noah stood in the doorway between the kitchen and living room, soaked through, shoulders tense like he regretted every word already spoken. Isabella stared at him, then laughed once, sharp, humorless. What the hell does that even mean? Her voice cracked at the edges. You thought it was me? Noah dragged a hand across his jaw. I'm saying there was another child. Who? We never knew. No, Isabella snapped, stepping closer. Don't do that vague sheriff thing with me. Not tonight. Lightning flashed through the windows. His expression hardened. Not defensive, guilty. The body was found near Blackwater Lake in 94, he said quietly. Young girl, around your age. My age? At the time. A pause. 6 or 7. The kitchen suddenly felt smaller, airless, cold spreading through her ribs. That doesn't make sense. It didn't then either. Noah leaned against the counter, eyes distant now, as if memory itself hurt. The records vanished. Witness statements disappeared. Sheriff's office locked the case down fast. Your dad? A slow nod. Yes. She swallowed hard. And Margaret? Another silence. That told her enough. Her mother, Margaret, or whoever she really was, had been involved. The woman who packed lunches, who braided her hair badly, who stayed awake all night during fevers, who taught her to pray when nightmares came. The woman who once held her after a thunderstorm and whispered, bad things happen near water when it rains. Not mystical, a warning. God, the realization hit like ice water. Her whole childhood had been made of coded language, things hidden inside ordinary moments, things she never knew enough to question. Who am I? Isabella asked quietly. Noah looked wrecked hearing it. I don't know. You're lying. I'm not. You knew since you were 12. Pieces, he said sharply. Not everything. He stopped himself. Too late. She caught it. Everything about what? Noah cursed under his breath. The storm growled louder. Wind rattled the windows. Finally, he reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a folded newspaper clipping. yellowed, worn from age, like someone had carried it too many times. He slid it across the table. Read. Her fingers stared back like something dug from a grave. Local girl vanishes near Blackwater Lake. Family pleads for answers. Below it, a photograph. Abigail Wren, 7 years old, freckles, blonde curls, yellow raincoat, the same one from the picture. Same smile, but Isabella barely noticed, because beside the article, circled in red pen, was another child, almost hidden near the edge of a family photo. Dark curls, dark eyes, a girl standing slightly behind Abigail, watching the camera, watching too hard, watching like she didn't trust it. Her stomach turned. No. Noah's voice dropped. That picture disappeared from police evidence. She looked up slowly. That's me. He didn't answer, didn't need to, because she already knew. Knew in the terrible, instinctive way human beings recognize truths before their minds catch up. The shape of her face, the curls, the eyes. It was her, or someone who looked exactly like her. Impossible. Her pulse roared in her ears. They said I was born in 93. You weren't. The words landed hard, clean, irrevocable. A whole identity shattered in 6 syllables. Thunder cracked. The lights flickered, then darkness. The house went completely black. Isabella flinched. Outside, wind screamed through pines. Power outage, of course. Noah sighed. Storm knocked the grid. He pulled a flashlight from his belt. Its beam cut through darkness. Dust floated like ghosts. For a second, neither moved. Then Isabella stood, fast, determined. No. Noah frowned. No what? We're going to the lake. His expression immediately tightened. Absolutely not. You said there's a boathouse. Asa, it's pouring. You think I care? You don't understand what happened there. Her eyes burned. Then explain it. Silence. Again. Always silence. Always someone deciding what she could handle, what she deserved to know. The anger finally broke through grief, through confusion, through fear. I am done, she said, voice shaking, with people protecting me from my own damn life. Noah looked like she'd slapped him. Good. She grabbed her coat, the flashlight, her keys. He moved in front of the door. Don't move. I mean it. And I mean this, she snapped. If my whole life is a life, I deserve answers. If my whole life is a lie, I deserve answers. Rain slammed the porch roof. The sound swallowed the room. Then quietly, he exhaled, defeated. Fine. A beat. But you stay close to me. The drive to Blackwater Lake felt like descending into memory. Or hell. The roads narrowed into winding paths swallowed by thick woods. Towering pines leaned over the road like eavesdropping giants. Headlights cut through rain and fog. Nothing else moved. No cars, no houses, no life, only darkness and water, always somewhere nearby. Isabella sat rigid in the passenger seat of Noah's Sheriff SUV, hands clenched together, heart refusing to slow down. You remember anything? Noah asked quietly. About what? The lake. She stared out the window. I hated it. Why? I don't know. That wasn't entirely true. Pieces lived inside her, disconnected flashes. A storm, wet shoes, crying, someone shouting. Then nothing. Like a film reel burned away. She rubbed her temple, headache blooming. When I was little, she said slowly, I used to have nightmares. Noah glanced over. What kind? She hesitated, ashamed somehow. Water. A pause. A girl screaming. His grip tightened on the steering wheel. You never told me that. No.
because even then something about it felt forbidden, like touching a bruise too hard. The trees suddenly opened, and there it was, Blackwater Lake. Massive, endless, dark as spilled oil beneath the storm. Rain battered its surface in violent ripples. Mist hovered above the water like breath. The shoreline stretched wild and uneven. Old docks rotting into the lake. Broken fences disappearing into mud. And farther down, the boathouse, barely standing, crooked, weather-beaten wood slumped toward the water. One side partially collapsed. It looked abandoned, forgotten, like time itself refused to touch it. Lightning flashed. For one impossible second, Isabella thought she saw flowers near the shoreline. Fresh ones, dozens. Her chest tightened. Abigail. Someone still came. Every year. Noah parked. Killed the engine. Rain swallowed everything. You ready? He asked. No. She opened the door anyway. Mud soaked through her boots instantly. Cold rain drenched her hair. Wind whipped across the lake hard enough to sting. The boathouse groaned in the distance, wood creaking, like something alive. This place should have been torn down years ago, Noah muttered. Why wasn't it? He didn't answer. That answer frightened her more than silence. They crossed the shoreline carefully. The lake loomed beside them, dark, watching. The closer they got, the worse Isabella felt. Nausea twisting deep in her stomach. Her skin prickled. Something familiar lived here. Something buried. Then she froze. Near the boathouse entrance, there were fresh footprints. Not theirs. Noah saw them too. Immediately crouched. Rainwater pooled inside the impressions. Recent. Very recent. His voice lowered. Someone's been here. A cold chill climbed Isabella's spine. At this hour? Noah rested a hand near his holster. Instinctive. Cop reflex. Stay behind me. The old wooden door groaned open. Inside, darkness. Rotting wood. Lake water dripping through cracks in the floorboards. Broken fishing gear scattered everywhere. The smell hit first. Mildew. Wet cedar. Something metallic underneath. Something wrong. Lightning flashed through gaps in the walls. Noah swept the flashlight slowly, then stopped. Jesus! Isabella stepped around him and went still. In the center of the floor, someone had arranged fresh flowers. White lilies, waterlogged but untouched. Beside them, a photograph. Recent, crystal clear, a little girl. Freckles, yellow raincoat. Abigail Wren. But taped across the picture, 3 words written in black marker. She remembered. Isabella's breath stopped. What the hell? Then she heard it, a sound behind them, slow, heavy, a floorboard creaking, not from the storm, not from the lake, from inside the boathouse. Noah turned instantly. Hand turned instantly. Hand on his weapon. Flashlight beam cutting into the darkness. Sheriff's office, he barked. No response. Only rain. Then a voice, low, somewhere deeper inside, almost swallowed by thunder. You weren't supposed to come back. Isabella froze because she knew that voice. Somehow, somewhere, and before she could place it, a figure.
That's where he fucking left it. That's where he fucking left it.
Out of story error.
Nathan! Where the fuck's my bat? Izzy, I need to borrow your staff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a Julie Rage.
That's a Julie Rage and an out of story error.
Nathan.
A figure stepped from the shadows. Okay. But even still, that doesn't make
God,
it
you're
better,
doing it
Nathan.
too.
Sorry. What applies? No, that is my big honking ring. Doing an irritated. Yeah, Izzy stepped into the shadows. You don't want to know what happened next.
Whew, that was intense.
Now we got to do some work on the fact that that's very very long because every single sentence was a different line. Excuse me, sir, we're going to have a talk. Um I shouldn't have to scroll that much, okay? But what I do like about Nathan's setup and what he does and everything is that it's intense and it allows me to get into only the shadow knows kind of voice acting that is, what I grew up on. So, um yes, but
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on him with the staccato.
a little bit. Although in the majority of the cases when you're doing thriller and everything, the staccato works, but you can have four or more sentences to a paragraph. Uh but it's shouldn't have to scroll that much. Okay. You pop them together.
Shouldn't.
I
No, no,
even
no, no,
caught
no.
myself dropping an
Uh,
extra and but or then in there or wanting to. But dude, you keep it up. You keep it up, Julie, and Mama Bear will help you get the formatting down and because you got rhythm and you've got flow, but you need a few lulls in there so that my
yeah,
heart
we need
doesn't pound
breathing
out my
points.
chest.
Yeah, we need breathing points, and we need not to give Izzy a heart attack slash fucking asthma attack before the end of the story.
Yeah, that's a great. Oh, prompt. Yes. Yes, prompts like this week's. I don't know if Bitzer can hear me. Let me just do this. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Well, hello there, Oil Slick. What are you doing?
Oh, Kareen or Kira?
Mm,
Kieran,
mm, mm.
he's starting to pull his hair out on his tummy again.
No, that's his nips showing.
Oh,
The hair moves just right and sudden it parts and then you can suddenly see. Yeah. So, yes. Ad break ends in 1 minute. 1 minute, people. 1 minute. Um Ace wants to know the story of the staff. There really isn't a story besides the fact that it is my latest threat.
Until Julie can find her bat. And then even after, we'll get Kesh something to threaten people with in a little while. But it's like Kesh has to be the mild mannered one between us.
No, no, she's not. She's the silent but deadly one.
Is he in the duct tape?
It's even a dispenser.
That does not count as a duct tape threat. That does not count as a duct tape threat.
That
People.
is just a visual aid.
All right, who's our next person of interest?
Oh, I gotta take Nathan off the thing. Da 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 da. Save. Refresh. Cha-ding!
Oh, thank you, Hal.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need to hit my inhaler. You want to hit Trisha's?
Trisha. Cash, can you read Trisha's?
Yeah.
Izzy needs to
Sorry.
Izzy needs to hit the inhaler, and if I move anything on these damn screens, my whole fucking computer goes whack deafy.
Yeah, I gotcha. So Trisha. Okay. Let's see. He's not letting me. There we go. I was standing with Peter and Joe watching my mother being interrogated by the local police through the two-way mirror. Luckily, my mother couldn't see me in the next room. Mrs. Peterson, could you tell me again why you felt the need to burn your daughter's apartment building down while she was still inside? The officer asked. She has allowed a demon to enter her body, and since she refused to come home to allow the key, Pastor, to help her remove it, I had no other choice, my mother responded. What makes you think she has a demon inside her? The officer asked. My mother sighed. She was getting frustrated. Because she renounced God, that's why. That beast attacked her and the demon was able to enter her easily. What beast? The officer asked, like he'd not heard about the attack. About a month ago, a beast was allowed to enter the barn, and it was killing the animals that my daughter was raising, my mother answered. The officer nodded as he wrote down everything she said. To be honest, I was the only one who left the barn door unlocked, my mother said, almost proud of herself. It took a lot to convince my brother to even do what he did. Oh? The officer asked, not wanting to interrupt her. My brother Bob had let the demon into him years ago. When he left the family church, I had to convince him that his niece was doing something very wrong with her animals to get him to come in his demon form and attack her, my mother said, not even realizing that she has confessed that she knew that I was attacked by your shifter and said shifter was her brother. The officer didn't say anything. He allowed her to dig herself deeper. I was so angry when I found out that she survived the attack. He was supposed to end her. End her? The officer asked. Yes, I did not want her to end up with a demon inside her like my brother had, but damn it, she has a demon in her because my brother couldn't do what I asked him to do. Oh, really? The officer asked. About that time, she realized what she had done. With a look of shock on her face, she started to try and backpedal, but the officer Stopped her. Don't even try it. You just confessed to your daughter your daughter being dead because she contracted lycanthropy from your brother. The officer stooped up and handcuffed my mother. I did not hear anything else as I had to walk away from the mirror and sit down. I can't believe my mother wants me dead because I don't believe in God anymore, I thought as I was sitting there.
I beg your finest fucking pardon?
That's the end.
Trisha!
Trisha? Where's the rest of it?
She's like, I'm working on it. It's like,
That was really good, Trisha. I was like a genuine, like, where's the rest of
It was absolutely brilliant how clueless that mother was that she just tripped right over her fucking tongue, confessing to everything. Like, how fucking clueless are you, lady?
it's not even how clueless.
Very.
How fucking stupid and psychotic and neurotic. All the fucking words do you have to fucking be to admit to a goddamn cop that you just burned down a fucking building because your daughter has a demon in her? And the demon is there because you sent your brother to fucking kill her!
Julie Rage 2. That's a 5-alarm fire, Julie Rage 2.
Anne and Joe, okay.
Oli. You good, Jules? You good? You good?
Yeah,
Are you sure you're good? You're good? You Gwenchana? Are you Gwenchana? Not even Gwenchana. Okay, got it. Here's the good news. Thankfully, Julie lives at a dead end road up against the ditch, gulch, ravine kind of thing. So, like, Julie, are the windows open or is the AC unit in it?
Oh, the AC units are in, and plus all my neighbors know I run a show on Saturday nights. So if I start screaming at random and they don't hear Aries screaming or they don't hear Robbie screaming, nobody else on the cops. We're good.
Okay.
But no, the windows are not open. The AC units are in.
Okay.
And bits are for very well awareness. My neighbors know I'm crazy.
All right. Next.
Fucking Chana. Okay, next. Who's next?
New prompter.
Ooh.
Little lady Eva.
Fresh meat. Let's not scare her, Bitzer.
Considering they all know each other, we're the newbies to that crew. So
Oh, I know Bitzer.
All right, here we go. But of course, I'm also greeted with my young spawn's middle name. Let's see if it's a bastard like my kid. Young Julian, firstborn of his family and heir to his father's estate, stood in the bedroom facing his parents, or one of his parents at least. The other was currently the point of contention. His face was red, he was sweating, and his fists were clenched. What do you mean she is not my mother? He shouted. Does this mean I'm some sort of bastard? The Lord, his father, shushed him. Quiet down. Not many know, and we don't want rumors spreading. What does that matter, father? Julian spat. You're a bastard. You think I don't know what they call you when your back is turned? Martin the bastard, and I'm the bastard son of a bastard. Martin winced. He was well aware of his nickname, although no one dared use it to his face. His fierce reputation as the bloody fist of his sovereign lord had cemented the fear for him. Julian, it's complicated. Your mother can't have children of her own, and I was disinclined to divorce her, so we made an arrangement with her lady's maid. She was married off to a knight afterwards with a handsome dowry, and she is living quite happily. So my brothers and sisters are bastards too? Who are their mothers? There are several candidates we have chosen over the years, but this is something I will discuss with them when they are old enough. If you would be so kind as to not tell them right now. Julian crossed his arms and pouted, but he did not disagree. I want to meet her, he said suddenly. If you want me to keep quiet, I want to meet her. I don't think that is wise. You see, her husband does not know of you. He believes her a virgin when they married, and you coming into the mix would cause ruin and shame to her otherwise impeachable reputation. Do you want to ruin her life? Annabelle interjected. What do you care? You are not even my real mother. Please hold for shame and flashbacks.
I beg your finest fucking pardon. I raised your fucking ass. I'm your fucking mother. It doesn't matter whose fucking coat you bought it out of. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, okay. Okay. My triggering flashbacks weren't about having that thrown in my face. It was about me throwing it in somebody else's face. Anyway, now it was Annabelle's turn to wince at the verbal barbs her son threw. She may not have given birth to you, but you will not talk to your mother like that. She raised you as her own. You will show her some respect, Martin shouted, no longer caring who heard. The cat was already out of the bag now. More shouting could not hurt it. He rarely raised his voice, so it had the desired effect. His son did not speak. His red face turned purple and tears came to his eyes. Julian spun round and marched out of the room, slamming the door in his wake. Martin and Annabelle breathed a sigh of relief. I think that went as well as could be expected, Martin said after a moment of silence. I was hoping to never have this conversation, but I think he will come around, Annabelle answered. I gotta say this with a straight face. Hold, please hold, please hold. I'm just glad he hasn't found out about our other secret. What, that we share these mistresses? No, I intend to take that one to the grave. Dun dun dun!
Little Lady Eva. Bravo on your very first one. Getting a fucking mic mute and having Julie rage. You have hit all the fucking buttons tonight. I will say, what the fuck? Spoiled ass brat much?
I
And
mean,
Mama's allowed to have fun, okay?
they are the child of a lord and lady, so yes, spoiled brat. But that being said, holy shit, that was fantastic. You got it.
And I suddenly understand why Izzy had to say a line with a straight face. Better her than the rest of us. Izzy, breathe. Izzy, breathe.
So here's the thing. As soon as I got to, but I think he will come around, Annabelle answered, my vision dropped down to share these mistresses. I skipped an entire, whole, and I went, what, oh, yeah, oh. I'm not even there yet. My eyes jumped. My eyes jumped because I saw the capital M in mistresses. Technically, that M should not be capitalized, but it had the desired effect for comedic gold. Welcome to the fold, little Lady Eva.
I think you could fit right in.
Okay,
You gonna be okay?
I'm gonna
No.
be okay. I'm gonna be okay. I'm Gwenchana. I'm chill. I'm relaxed. I'm Gwenchana. Julie is no longer Gwenchana. But I know we just had an ad break and all that. But I can spin again and someone but I need a little smoky treat. And I don't
I
smoke
actually
inside
think
my house.
we need to
Do we an actual break?
we need to do an intermission. Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to do a be right back screen. Host mics will be muted. However, you guys will still see the chat, the very, very unhinged chat, even after the fact on the VOD. So we will be right back. Hit the button. Where's the button? There's the button.
Oh, my Lanta. I feel better.
So do I. I'm calm.
I'm a lot better. Put a little bit more in my tummy because the salad didn't do anything.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, all right, welcome back. Don't
Why are we
roll.
talking about ladders as weapons?
Oh, they're talking about Minecraft.
Oh, okay. That explains it. Okay. Oh shit, caboodles.
Hmm.
Izzy broke out the rum. We are not going to be asking why that rum is gone.
Right? Never understood what's a Lanta.
What?
Did Doc. So I know that phrase. I know oh my Lanta, but what exactly is
Yeah.
a Lanta? It's a good question.
Uh, it is the people from Atlanta that are snooty.
it
I always thought it was talking about my Lanta, like my
is.
Lanta. The
It is.
It is
It's
very
from
Okay.
much more funny.
it's from Full House.
It's full. Yeah. It's.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it funny. Didn't work out.
Gotcha.
But it's still it is funny. What's a Lanta? Oh my, people say, "Oh my god. Oh my gosh." But
Hmm.
what's an oh my Lanta?
Those are Atlanteans that are got their nose stuck in the air.
All right, next up. Spinny spin spin. There she blows. It's Stavros. I
Whoop
don't know why
whoop.
I just said it that way. Zutara retelling. In all her years, Rhea had never seen a room as empty as she had now. Instead of gaining formal training as her foolish brother had recommended, not like he was any help, he had his source siphoned and felt his deterioration daily. He often forgot where his pouch was if it wasn't for Rhea. Except she couldn't just leave him in the village. Their father passed the day the fire afflicted invaded for source. Their mother followed a few days later. She had some cognitive function after the invasion until the mother had run out to protect Rhea from a stray snow beast. She used her ability to try and calm the creature. It didn't go as planned. The snow beast calmed for a moment until Rhea let out a whimper. Then it jumped on its hind legs, startled. With the force of an avalanche, its legs came down on Rhea's mother, crushing her skull as her body shielded Rhea, leaving a small child screaming and hollering like a feral beast, successfully scaring off the animal. She held her mother in her arms until night fell. That's when the few competent villagers came searching for them, finding Rhea all alone, surrounded by blood and chunks of flesh. Her brother was safest with her, where she could watch over him. He had only a moment of siphon when he was a toddler. It was enough to damage. If it wasn't for the villager who had tackled the fire afflicted to the ground, she wouldn't have her brother beside her. They said it was impossible. I guess they were wrong, Beck said. Rhea glanced at her brother slouched on the floor by the entrance. She had just gone through the monotonous paperwork to participate in the trials without a sponsor or formal training. Waivers saying they wouldn't be liable for any injury.
loss of life or accidents when in the arena, how they weren't liable for injuries outside the arena either. She was all on her own now. The village elders didn't exactly say it was impossible. They just said I had no chances of winning any compensation, Rhea said as she stared at the door, waiting to hear where she would be staying while opponents were determined, where her brother would be living from now on. Luckily, the trials covered room and board while serving as entertainment for the upper crust. A knock came from the door, then a young woman walked in, her demeanor demure and quiet. Welcome to Ludo's verdict, the young woman with a soft yellow shirt that came to her knees, her eyes on the ground. Rhea strode forward and held out a hand. After a pause, the woman took her hand but didn't meet Rhea's eyes. When will we hear who my opponent is? Rhea watched the unmoving woman. I am afraid I am not the one to tell you that. I am here to sponsor you, she said while staring through Rhea. Sponsor? I didn't think my name was even being told to sponsors yet. Rhea let go of the young woman's hand. She walked over to a bench and stared at her potential sponsor. The young woman stood near the door as still as a stone, like she had all the time in the world and not a single muscle out of her control. My name is Valerie, but you can call me Val. I shall be your feet in the trials, Val stated, her arms held loosely at her sides. Wasn't the saying more like, I shall be your eyes and ears? Rhea squinted at Val. So you want to sponsor a rookie first-time trial entry with no formal experience? I don't buy it. Rhea folded her arms. Beck's head flopped to stare at Val. She listens before she looks. Rhea glances at her brother. Beck, not now, she said. Her head moves, but eyes don't follow. His hand sloppily pointing at Val, like a drunk attempting a straight line. She smells like ash, he murmured. Rhea closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. Val smelt like ash, the kind that fell that day everyone was siphoned in her village. But there was also an earthy scent, like grass freshly cut beside a waterfall. Just who are you? Rhea kept her gaze on Val, unblinking. A sponsor with deep pockets and plenty of trial watch time, Val stated. But you are obviously blind. How? Val interrupted. Did I watch? Eyes aren't the only way to see. A smirk played on the tips of her lips. Don't tell me you feel the vibrations of the ground. The boost for customers has to be far too high off the ground for that. Rhea tilted her head, gazing at Val in bewilderment and disbelief. Val let out a short laugh. No, I hear the metal, the hum of swords hitting shields and armor, the crack of braces guarding blows. I pull together what each trial opponent fighting styles are because of it. Also, I'm not fully blind. I can see a pinhole of blobs. You look like a particularly lean blob. You will need more muscles before the end of the month. That's when you will likely have your first match. Val's head followed the sound of Rhea rising from her bench. What do you know about water afflicted? She asked. Enough. I will teach you what I can. After that, it's up to you not to die in the match. I would prefer if you didn't. I have a lot riding on you. Val gave a cheeky smirk. Who do I need to meet and know of in the meantime? Rhea strode forward and placed Val's hand on her arm. Beck lazily got up and followed his sister through the door and down the corridor. We need to go to the courtyard where most of the trial entries are. First, I must warn you. Val pulled Rhea to a halt. The fire-afflicted leader's son has signed up this year. Apparently, his father said he had one last chance to prove his worth to the fire-afflicted or he will be exiled. Val's grip loosened and the trio continued to walk. So there's a chance I will have to be his opponent, Rhea said. Very, very likely. This is ultimately entertainment for the nobles and the rich, and the fire versus water trend is as old as time. They stopped by an archway leading to a courtyard with numerous people sprawled, some with the same garish tunics as the fire afflicted, and some had simple beige outfits likely supplied by the Ludo Company. I can't come past this point. Sponsors are only allowed in specific areas, and this is meant to be neutral ground for trial entries. Val let go of Ria's arms. She turned to face the young woman. Don't you need help getting back? Ria asked. Val smirked once more as she turned around and walked the path they had just come without hesitation or issue. Ria met her brother's bland gaze. Obviously, there was a lot she needed to learn from Val. With a breath, she walked through the archway, hoping and praying to leave with all her fingers and toes. Dun dun dun. There we go. Well, I mean, you're setting
I,
it up, but I
yeah,
will say this, it's very obviously a fan fiction. Just with the names changed to protect the innocent. Um, but you
yeah,
know what? Here's the other thing, right? A lot of authors will give fan fiction writers a hell of a lot of grief, and fan fiction has its place. And if you can't get into the head of your characters and you're still writing, you're still writing, you know? Don't let it get rusty.
you're
That's
still practicing, you're still exercising those muscles.
exactly.
Sometimes sometimes it's kind of like a good challenge for yourself, to be honest, because you're working within restrictions someone else set, and they're more even more restricted than say like a prompt like what we have or something like that.
Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. Okay, this is not an official camera off. I'm just burning up and I got to change my sweatshirt.
It's a good start, Stavros. Like it's a good start for a story. I know it's a fan fiction, but I think that if you really wanted to, you could kind of take it as a base and like tweak it and stuff. Um, I there are some elements of my book that I took from a fanfic I wrote, and I'm just repack. I'm like reworking it to work within the guideline of my story. So that's kind of it's a good exercise, like I said before. Um, a good way to come up with stuff for your own stuff too, because you might come up with something that you could like pull from those fanfics and pull them into your own stuff too.
Mhm. And when you start creating your own characters out of that sit next to established characters, suddenly something might change about them and now they are you understand that character, put them in somewhere else, their personality, the way they speak. There we go. Save, refresh. Boom! Shaka laka 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 laka. Isu! All right. Sophomore entry. I am not going to butcher that because I totally will, and I will feel completely awful. So, Isu.
I'm looking forward to it because their last one was a really good one.
Uh-huh. All right, here we go. Arbitrary. A pit opened in the middle of my stomach. The wizard tilted his point-capped head side to side and made a vacillating motion with one jeweled hand. More or less, the incantation helps to guide the spell, reinforce the caster's will, set parameters, and it's nearly impossible to set up success feedback splashes without them. Without which it can be tricky to tell whether a spell has gone off as planned. He chuckled into his beard. I mean, you didn't think all those pretty colored sparks were just for show, did you? I gaped. But but then my father, mm, yes. The old man cleared his throat. Well, Lestian was always a bit rigid. Didn't like to cast without a recipe, and all his regents measured 3 times, even for the simplest spells. Spurious rigor, some called it. I nodded. Spurious was a new word to me, but Dad had taught me what rigor was, and I could hazard a guess. He never told me about any of this, just sat the book down in front of me and told me to practice. The kettle on the table began to whistle, and the wizard went about filling the teapot. Well, that's how one usually teaches beginners. Just because the incantation is arbitrary doesn't make it useless, you know. Magic is alive. It knows the languages of all creatures and all things. And when a pupil is first becoming attuned, it helps to use words that are already bound up in spells by walking the well worn roads, as it were. He brushed crumbs off the table between us and pulled cups and saucers, seemingly from thin air. A well worn spell is like an oft repeated schematic. After 20 years of making watches by the same plan, a watchmaker knows best where the clock is liable to fail and how best to repair it. It wouldn't do to have a novice wielding wild magic before they've learned how to read its patterns. Mom never told me either. For something to do, I pulled my cup toward me, but it was still empty. I slid it back. She never used incantations when she was healing. I thought it was just different, its own thing. Not untrue, the wizard mused. He picked up his own cup and began to turn it in his hands, studying the pattern as though there were something written on it. Lestian fell in love with a rather pretty country girl, if I recall. His twinkling eyes met mine. I nodded. He went back to inspecting the teacup. Even one living body is a complex machine full of delicate pieces and individual quirks. And she had a whole village to look after. You can't afford to let your mind get too rigid when working on something that's different every time you look at it. And with the rate of decay on medical incantations, a person living in such a remote spells decay? I couldn't hold back. The old man's eyes practically glowed with excitement. Oh, yes, all incantations, and by extension, all spells, undergo a certain slow or rapid decay based on the nature of the spell, the complexity of the incantation, and its effects. This is actually why the school's plumbing experiences such frequent malfunctions, peaking around the start of spring term like clockwork. The plumbing incorporates gramarye in its workings, requiring occasional adjustments. I keep pushing to have a team of dwarven engineers come in and replace the whole complicated mess with good, reliable mechanical plumbing, but Professor Calzethraxa insists that it's good practice for her elemental students, and nobody likes to disagree with a dragon. And as one might suppose, this is the reason why the overwhelming majority of known incantations are writ in dead languages. The static nature of the language gives the spells a good, long shelf life and means the spells intended for long term applications won't give out just because a bunch of cotton headed poets have sarcasmed a word to have its inverse meaning. Actually, for my wizard thesis, I wrote a rather good paper on the subject of. I really did try to pay attention to the rest of the lecture. It was a fascinating topic, and Professor Krunelich's enthusiasm was infectious. Not to mention, the knowledge would be invaluable when composing spells for long term projects. But the thought of long term projects reminded me of the floating chicken coop in the backyard. I was still too young to understand why he kept laying down boards that slanted up into the sky. He used to walk up to the very top with his broomstick, higher than our chimney, and then lean out as far as he could stretch without falling. I remembered once I was older asking him why it had taken so long to set it up, and him mumbling something about, I need something more reliable than the spells I have. I asked where he could get more reliable spells, but he just shooed me away. When Dad was teaching me magic, I'd learned spells at a rate of about 2 or 3 a month. He always said to me, You're young. There's no need for you to hurry through your education. But the pace was only half the problem. I had no gift for accents, and the spell books contained incantations from more than a dozen languages. I wasn't allowed to cast a spell before I had recited the incantation perfectly twice in a row. When I took up my studies again, a month after their deaths, I'd been almost scared at how fast I was progressing through the grimoires. It was unsettling. My parents die, I forget their deaths, and my lifelong fear of blood all at once. Then suddenly I'm learning 6 or 8 spells a week? I thought there must be something wrong with me. I'd looked at the gaps in my memory and worried that the villagers' accusations that I'd traded my parents' lives for power might be. But now I knew. It was because the fussing over pronunciation had always been pointless. Why? Why had he done it? And why hadn't Mom told me? Sure, she didn't use incantations except for hearth magic, but she must have known. Why did neither of them say anything? Why let me struggle? Excuses came to mind, but they felt like just that, excuses. The fact was that they withheld information that could have helped me, even when they saw that I was struggling without it, even when I was an adult. Oh, okay, where's the fucking rest?
They cut it off there.
That. God, the part about the magical plumbing in the school was just I I I tried really hard not to giggle.
We have some super creative people in this group,
We
and
really
I feel
do.
so lucky to be part of it.
Me too. But that's fine. Yes, and that yeah, no one wants to argue with dragons. That's Bitzer, that's the exact do not disagree with dragons, for you are crunchy and will taste good with relish.
Remember
Oh,
my
I say ketchup. But either way, I don't eat pickles.
yeah,
The only good pickle is a flesh-colored one.
remember that guitar I had with that sticker?
Yes, I remember the guitar with the crunchy with ketchup sticker. Literally, that's what I pictured. I pictured that saying, and I was like, "Why does that look like a very specific font?" And I couldn't remember why until you just said the guitar, and I was just like, "Ah, that's why it looked like a very specific font in my head."
Because it was my guitar sticker.
Yes. Oh, no. Pickled cherries?
All I
Ew.
heard was crunchy and good with ketchup, and the bumper
That's
sticker that came to mind was, "Do not meddle in the affairs of dragons, for you are crunchy and good with ketchup."
Yes, that's
that's
exactly.
exactly what I
Yeah.
had on my guitar.
Mhm.
Pickled cherries. What the fuck?
I don't know.
Maraschino
Pickled
cherries.
cherries with
Why
vanilla
are we
and
pickling
cinnamon and
cherries?
cloves and star anise.
And that's what maraschino cherries are. They're pickled. It's a type
What?
of pickling. Maraschino's cherries.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle because today I learned, people.
Okay, I didn't know. I was like, I
I
thought that was just
didn't.
a fermenting process. Like I didn't know it was considered pickled.
What? Uh, I was today years old.
Though what they're describing sounds really good. Cherries with vanilla, cinnamon, and clove. Hmm.
Star anise.
Yeah, and star anise. Yeah. I think that's usually used with a lot of vanilla, from what I know, because I think it helps enhance the vanilla flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does. All right, let's see who's next. We are getting down. How is it that Julie always winds up towards the end?
And y'all see, I'm not manipulating the wheel in any capacity, because if I had manipulated it, I would not have been read tonight. But I was read first, so is tis what it is. Yes, but see, I like licorice. I like licorice. Yes, especially the way the Australians make black licorice. Oh. Yum, 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 yum. Duck!
Ooh, I'm interested to see where she goes.
Yeah, I know. Good old Huey. Huey. I know. I don't think I ever want to see a picture of the pastor, Nicholas, because I've already got a picture in my head and I don't want it ruined. Ad starts in 30 seconds. We're gonna give it just a minute. Run to the restroom real quick. 2 minutes.
So, so is everyone like seeing some of these turns that some of these stories are taking, or is it just me not seeing it? Well, I know it's not just me not seeing it, but there's always that one person that can see every twist and turn in a story. We all have that moment, Doc, where it's 3 a.m., we're doing something important or whatever, and we are panicking and it's 3 a.m. And Bixer's a cool person for being there. Not too long ago. What?
God bless different time zones at this particular
Yes.
moment.
Yeah, if it weren't for Julie and Bitzer, there was a night a few months ago where I was beside myself because I had some stuff going on, a loved one in the hospital and everything like that, and they kept me sane, the both of them.
We do what we can. Now, if I could just get the gremlin to calm down, that would be great.
Oh, he not doing so hot.
He's overly tired.
Oh, poor Bubby.
He's overly tired. He has been anybody who has tried to watch me right today has literally seen how many times I get up and walk out of the room because he's been everywhere. And now he's had his meds. We're waiting for him to take effect, but he wants something put on, but I don't think he knows what it is because every time you go to switch off of something where he'll pop your hand like, "No, I don't want that." He doesn't want you to move the little thing around anywhere. He just wants to scream. So I'm like, "All right, I'm leaving him be."
Sometimes
All
that's
right.
all you can do, Julie.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no trigger. No trigger. Okay. Huey ripped that withering box wide open. It was splintered, barely held together, and carried a litany of crumpled nonsense. Old clippings had headlines like "The Antichrist is among us" and "Where is the heathen now?" He rolled his eyes, smoothed out the article, and squinted at the faded text with his phone shining light onto it. Full sentences were blotched out with black lines, but the gist of the articles led Huey to believe there was a satanic panic 2.0 when he was a kid. His phone light gave out before he could make sense of anything else. He shook the stupid thing as if he were shaking a vending machine for his money. He had thought he charged it. Eve shrieked when Fiona projected her veil. Transparent matter coalesced into a skeletal claw, digging into the tattoo artist's skin. She dropped to her knees as liquid dripped from her arm. Huey's body moved instantly, dropping the phone next to the box, skidding into a hockey slide before Eve could fully collapse to the ground. Huey remarked, "Whoa, hey, keep your head up." Eve gazed back, eyes in total delirium. She chuckled, "Just resting my head for a second." "No way. You can't pass out down here." Fiona emerged, bent over to observe, and winced as more blood oozed down some punctured holes. She said, "We need to get Eve to a hospital. I knew I went too far." Huey's stomach twisted in protest. "Maybe it's not that bad?" Fiona glared. "Huey, those need stitches." "Nicholas has some thread at home." Fiona pressed her hand against Eve's forehead. "She's burning up." Huey thought he hated this place the most, the underground beneath the church. Walking past those entities was too much stimulation over his body. He was so dead wrong. Hospitals still had a chokehold on his displeasure. His throat burned, but he gulped, pushing the acid reflux back down. Huey asked, "Can't you heal her?" "I cannot." "I'm sure if you give it a try, Huey." And that was that. Huey only had a few seconds to pick up his phone, but he eyed that strange box of memorabilia. He squinted at it, bent down, and grabbed a few more clippings that fit snugly in his pocket. "Huey, no lollygagging. Vamos!" Huey called. "Coming!" Returning to the surface world was just as awful as descending it, but at least they wouldn't have to walk all the way to the white walled container of disease and death. Nicholas awaited with his beat up truck
as if he somehow knew they needed a lift. He didn't ask questions. He assessed the fabric wrapped around Eve's arm, and the sanguine staining into its fibers was noticeable. Nicholas wordlessly carried Eve into the back seat. There was barely any room for two adults, but Huey squeezed in and held onto the back seat as Fiona and Nicholas took the front. The truck jostled to life and they were off, but none of them spoke. They just let the music quench the silence. Breaking the awkwardness, Huey asked, "Are the revenants still gone?" Nicholas answered, "Since the sun touched the sky." He didn't have a follow up, so the radio buzzed tunes and melodies older than the socks he owned. Huey drummed his jeans with his thumb over and over. Occasionally, the texture of the article grazed his thumb and he had half the mind to read it, but Nicholas's reckless driving jostled him out of the idea. He'd have to wait when Nicholas was done pretending his truck was in a chase scene. The arrival at the hospital was a blur. Sending Eve to a doctor was quick, too. As he walked the halls toward the waiting room, he found himself disassociating with the scenery of white walls, acrid stench, and the intercom buzzing. When had he finally sat down in the waiting room? He checked his phone, and sure enough, time had passed. Then that hospital odor invaded his nose. His expression went sour. After a few slow, deep breaths, he scanned the room. He didn't recognize the woman with the child sitting across from him, nor the chubby man uttering a shallow cough. He remembered vaguely that Nicholas had gone to get coffee. Fiona had staged with Eve, staging as an overprotective aunt. Out of nervousness, she'd said Eve had been in a dog attack, and Huey was shooed to the waiting room. The other details were fuzzy, like they always were in hospitals. Huey shook his head and checked his phone once more. No missed calls. No Theodore. No Paige. No updates with the theft report. He sighed, stuffing the device into his pocket, and stood to his feet. Sorry, I had an oil slick try to take me out. He sighed, stuffing the device into his pocket, and stood to his feet. He stretched, walked out, and wandered the corridor. The fluorescent light dripped to the floors, flickering once or twice. When it blinked several times, Huey rubbed his temples, feeling pressure build behind his eyes. Why did it have to be a hospital? He sighed bitterly. A little boy was rushed onto a bed. Huey froze as a crew of nurses hurried the bed to the elevator. The intercom sounded, but Huey didn't catch what was said. The voice was muddled, like Huey had been drowning in water. He shook off the anxiety, attempting to claw his senses. He dug his hands into his pockets and picked up his pace. To where? Anywhere but here. He made a sharp cut past the elevator and beelined for the stairs, letting each hasty step lead him to the lobby, which would direct him right to the entrance of the hospital. Out there, he found a bench and sank into it without hesitation, the pulsing fluorescent lights still gnawing at his mind. He just needed some fresh air. That's all. Huey slouched forward, letting the senses of the outdoors take his attention. His mind circled back to the clippings. He fished one out, the one obnoxiously titled Antichrist. He would have been 8 around that time. Why didn't he remember this? He smoothed out the wrinkles with his thumb and leg until the front picture was clear. He blinked, perplexed, then squinted. That was him in a hospital gown? Blank was pronounced dead at blank this morning, but when his body was getting prepared for the morgue, Blank woke up, as if he had just taken a nap, and asked why the table was so cold. Locals are calling him Miracle Boy, Hellspawn, and everything in between. The Blank family has asked numerous times for reporters and protesters to leave him alone, but many are curious and want answered. want answers. He flipped the clipping over, but it was just an advertisement. Huey sank into the outdoor bench and wiped his face. He heard Nicholas say, "Ah, there you are." Huey jerked his eyes up to the priest. He had 2 coffees in hand. Huey spat. "What the hell is this?" "Looks like an article." His face went blanche when Huey turned it over. "Mijo, where did you find that?" "Don't you mijo me. What is this? Why can't I remember?" Nicholas was many things, but he wasn't a liar. That was something Huey could count on. "You've had a long day and are under a lot of—" Huey growled. "Nicholas, don't. Don't you dare." Nicholas's lips went thin, but they shook. He had something behind his eyes, but his mouth wouldn't let him say it. "Huey, don't make me break a promise." "What about my trust in you, Nicholas? What's more important?" Nicholas sighed and tried to offer a coffee to Huey. Begrudgingly, Huey took it. Carefully, Nicholas approached the bench, turned, and sat down beside the young man. "You don't remember because you were very young and impressionable." "Does anyone know about this?" Behind his coffee, Nicholas whispered, "Yes." "Do I know them?" He took a sip of the bean liquid, gazing ahead. Again, barely even a whisper. "Yes." "Who is it, Nicholas?" Nicholas shook his head and took another sip. The intake was long, dawdling, like he was meditating on the acrid flavor. Finally, Nicholas said, "Huey, please forget about all of this." "Someone once told me that I can't lay on my back forever." Nicholas murmured, "This one you'll want to." "Why?" Nicholas shook his head. How could he sit there and withhold it? Huey's teeth clenched and his jaw was about ready to pop out of place.
Why y'all keep doing this to us?
Doc, I was finally fucking calm. I was finally fucking calm. And now you got Izzy screaming into Kieran.
Screaming into the void.
Thank you, baby. Yes. Yes. You let Mama scream into the void all the time.
Technically, it's 4. And if I could yell right now and it would keep my son from screaming, I'd do it.
Bitzer says we're up to 7 Julie rages tonight. Julie's just feeling very close to that particular emotion tonight. I mean, that's Red, right? That's Red from that one movie. Yeah, but it's got me screaming into the void. Literally. And the void has now ran off. All we are left with is the tortitude.
Who is
Well,
so unimpressed, she has turned her back on us.
oh, she's always unimpressed.
Yes, inside out and anger. Yeah.
Safe. Where did my mouse go to? You know, when you have 4 monitors to make a mouse. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sounds like a personal problem.
It's a good first world problem to have.
All right. We're down to the Foggy and the Julie. Julie DeFisher. This is entitled One Last Ride. Audience, I'm going to apologize for the roller coaster ride that Julie is going to send you on. And I'm going to be right there with you, holding your hand. The overcast sky weighed heavier on her than she'd like to admit, and now staring at the long chain link fence had even her leather feeling too tight and heavy for her broad frame. She didn't want to think of the phone call that led her to this moment, or the last time she had sat in this very spot looking at that very gate. In a town built on blood, lies, and secrets, she had become a casualty of war. She was sure the decision wasn't made lightly, but even after a decade, the give a fucks were gone. She had been escorted on her last ride, banished from the semi safety of her home, and she didn't kick up a fuss to those just following orders. Yet the knife still twisted in her back like a fresh wound. After all, someone had to pay the price for the queen's lies. Why not the princess herself? Staring at the gate, Charlie wondered if anyone would notice she hadn't turned up. Only 3 had been privy to the information of her arrival. Hell, she had even come in a day early, trying to work up the courage to set foot back on this compound. No one knows I'm here. I could just point this big boy back toward the highway and be in Pasadena before the streetlights come on. Charlie's thumb nervously drummed on the tank of her bike. Widow would be pissed. Yarrow would come looking. Demon would be disappointed. The thoughts dug into the back of her mind like a fresh level of hell she didn't want to deal with. That, more than the reason she was summoned, hurt her worse than having to endure a few hours of discomfort. Charlie laid her hand on the throttle, figuring it was best just to get this the fuck over with, and eased toward the gate. 3 men she didn't recognize came out from the control booth. One wore prospect cut, while the other 2 looked to be patched members. You look lost, a broad-shouldered blonde said with his arms folded across his chest. Charlie popped her visor open a small amount, not revealing anything about her. Unfortunately, not lost. Widow and Yarrow are expecting me. Name? The prospect looks at the keyboard at the clipboard. Just call up there and tell them Wraith is here. The 2 men looked at each other, exchanging a look that Charlie had seen one too many times. Either they were dumbfounded by her mere existence in front of them, or the fact she had mentioned Yarrow and Widow. Either way, she was pretty sure this had to deal with her stepmother, Candy. Your name isn't on the list. Could you be listed under something else? The dark-haired man with the name of Hellion spoke up, eyes never drifting to the clipboard. Just call up to the clubhouse. Believe me, Yarrow isn't going to be happy if you keep me down here. Charlie sits back on the bike, eyes drifting up to the doors of the clubhouse. We don't let ghosts through the gate. Best be on your way, little lady, unless you're looking for trouble. The blonde turned just enough for Charlie to catch his name of Rook. Must be Bishop's son. Hope he has more brains than his father had. Charlie smirked, eyes watching the movement coming from the clubhouse doors. Rook took 2 steps toward her before he stopped cold, hearing the radio in the shack crackle to life. Rook, Hellion, let her through now. Widow's voice had never sounded so good coming through the static. We were instructed. Rook sounded off through the receiver, but quickly cut off. I'm telling you to let her the fuck through, unless you want Demon or Yarrow to come down there and let her through themselves. Charlie tried to cough to hide the chuckle that came out of her throat. She felt sorry for the poor prospect that had to stand there between the two behemoths arguing, even if she found it humorous. It wasn't like she wanted to be here any more than he did at this moment. As the chain for the gate slowly activated, Charlie fired up her bike, ready to kick dust. She made sure to give the men an old-fashioned California howdy as she rode up the hill to the front of the Grimvile clubhouse. Her chest tightened as the full view of the Grimvile crest stared down at her. Before she could put her kickstand down in the visitor's lot, Widow marched over with fire in her eyes. Charlie hoped like hell she wasn't about to burst into flames so soon after she arrived. Not there. Widow's voice came out harsh. What do you mean, not here? Like, I can't park here, or I'm not supposed to be here? Because both are fucking true right now. Charlie bit back. If she's going to play this fucking game, so will I. Your bike goes next to Yarrow's in front of the hearse. So, no, you can't park there when your bike goes over there. Widow pointed at the large convoy of bikes assembled by the side door. Charlie dropped her head and rode over to where everyone was assembling for the funeral. As she pulled up next to Yarrow's gunmetal bike, all conversation died. Dun dun dun! Yet another one! Uh-huh.
Emotional damage.
Man, I don't know. Trisha's TBR is about to be real fucking long. How many times you said that tonight, Trisha? Obviously, that's not the story that Julie should be working on, but this week's prompts just really didn't fit this time. There was what? A whole 36 hours where you were like, but I can't me. And I was like, fine, write something else.
Well, no, there was a whole 36 hours. I was still trying to figure out how to make this put this in Roscoe's story. And there was no putting it in Roscoe's story because it doesn't go in Roscoe's story. It goes in the fucking prequel. And we're not up to writing the prequel yet.
We ain't there yet. And besides that, the majority of the prequel will not be safe for TOS.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to take our
Are you
word for it.
gonna
as
play with Manticore, Izzy?
No, leave Manticore in the dungeons of death where it belongs.
No, I'm asking, are you pulling another Manticore?
Yes, but with fewer roosters on the page every 10 words.
Oh, you mean every 100 words, right?
No, I dropped the rooster word way too many times in very short sections. Anyway, can we stop talking about my
You're Shanghai peoples.
I thought we were over that. Why are you still calling it Shanghai?
Okay, what do you mean by S and D and R?
taking over people's stuff. Sorry.
No,
Doodle.
Doc said S&D in our prologue. Okay.
All right, let me.
There we go. And I'm going to sit down.
All right, I gotta do it this way.
Foggy made a special request, and when I realized what the character name was, I was like, "Oh, please, by all means, yes." Because no matter how many times Kesh pronounces it for me, I still can't pronounce it correctly. So the special request has been for Kesh to read this submission tonight.
Oh, that makes sense. Doc, I'm replying to Doc, sorry. In that city built on secrets, Yorza might have just witnessed the one truth that could change all of the mind domain. It sizzled in her bones and across her bruises. She hadn't been able to explore her family's estate, but having seen it, she wasn't sure she wanted to go back. What would Olur say? The image burned in her mind, the ruins of the barricaded entrance, thrashed and torn open. The remnants of a battle were evident enough, too. Old bones and rusted weapons were scattered across the yard from fence to foundation. She swallowed her last bite and sagged on her seat a little. Frokas gave a warm smile across the cooking fire. Yorza, you're going to fill us in. What on Adir happened to y'all? Her empty plate rested on her knees, and with her dulled senses she took in Frokas and her brother's conditions. They'd been out here for a full day and still look exhausted and haunted. Olor had been examining the 3 necklaces from Celia's satchel. He adjusted his glasses with one hand while he appraised one of them by the fire's light. The old ex-Templar shifted closer to the warmth, reaching out for her wooden plate. She obliged, passing it to him over the fire. Once her ass hit the log again, a yawn overtook her, forcing a full body stretch in the warmth of the fire. She welcomed the full belly after the past 3 days. She hunkered down to deliver a brief recounting of the last 16 hours. If either were surprised of any of it, they hid it well enough. Frokas had gone about prepping an extra bedroll for her in the meantime. Once she'd finished, Olur asked, "Was the estate near one of the city gates?" No, she shook her head and gave her best guess. It's somewhere just south of the eastern gate, near the Parkway Plaza. It was southeast of the main market thoroughfare, but that sentinel can just walk us to it, no problem. Frokas finished cleaning the dinnerware while the last steak cooked in a stone bowl. The Templar took his boot knife out and with gloved hands, he tilted the cooking bowl towards himself to fish out a robust farragut steak and a pile of oiled noodles. So, we'll just circle round the estate gate and head in. But in the morning, Frokas added cutlery and leaned across to give it to Olor. Olor's eyebrows rose, and he laid the 3 pieces of jewelry across one hand. Then he accepted the proffered plate from Frokas and laid it on his lap. After a moment longer, looking at the old necklaces, he then asked her, "Well, really? Well, what?" She cracked back. He shifted the necklaces in the light and clarified, before stowing them back in the bag. Is the house closer to the east gate or the central gate? Should we stay here or do as Froka suggests? That trip will take at least half a day. Fine, we'll stay here. Yorza, you made me worry, Frokas admitted. Her eye roll gave him a big smile. A yawn overtook her as she moved her glasses up to rest on her head. Between the physical exhaustion, the general overtaxing ache, and the psychological barrage that was Ilderhot's wild magic, much less the wildlife. I've been better, just a bit tired, she answered, looking away from the fire to see Squawko and the lingering sentinel. They were off in the wind-swept grass field together. Squawko's tongue lashed out and retracted. Ah, he's hunting. Another yawn broke her focus, and she muffled it with a palm before she brought her glasses back to her nose. She heard Frokas laugh, which caught her attention, so he pointed toward the Froglin and Sentinel. Those two seemed to have taken a liking to one another. I'd wager on it. Allure had to chime in. If Celia's not dead, then where has she gone? The hitch in her throat caught her off guard. Presumptions aside, she was summoned by the dragon of Castle Neria. Beside her, Allure also choked on that tidbit, but Throkus responded first with a piercing whistle that cut through the night's calm. That be an honor. Yorza scoffed. Or a sentencing. Celia's not champion material. Sure, she's tough, but she's still a selfish mercenary type. Just another scoundrel, but she seemed trustworthy enough. Enough. I do want to extend her an offer of employment. Thoughts? Her brother sipped from his canteen and coughed to clear his throat. Once he found his voice, it was a breathless sputter. She's to be tested as the champion? That's my best guess, though I suspect she'll fail at it. She'd been torn on just what it implied. Did she actually care? What if she does pass the test? I mean, what's a bandit like her got that no one else in over 100 years hasn't had? What qualifies her more so than you or I? For Tharun's sake, don't get me wrong, I like the girl, but Focus here has more claim to be tried for it than she does. That coaxed a fit of laughter from Focus. Me, as the champion of mind? You're delirious. She bit her tongue, but her brother didn't. Despite the food in his mouth, he found the space to fit words out. Focus, with that kind of power, you would be a playwright's wet dream. That or a bishop's nightmare. What would your old order think? Yorja couldn't even muster a smile. Her tongue felt like sandpaper in her mouth. She remedied that with a canteen and took a deep drink. The cool water was soothing and helped to calm the storm brewing in her. Allure, let's say she does become the champion of our domain. What does that mean for our home in Port Muriel? Mirii? Also, wouldn't Elderalt still be dangerous for a time? If only because it's been rotting for over a century. He ate as if he had two stomachs and neglected to answer. She knew he'd hear her and would probably contemplate that for days before giving her an answer. His brooding always irked her. She could have strangled him just then if not for her current exhaustion. Instead, Yorza rolled her eyes, scooped up Celia's satchel, and began to rummage. The three glowing pearls which she avoided touching and a few really old coins. The necklaces were curled together alongside a dozen or so rings of various makes and sizes. A few of them were made of silver. She always preferred silver over gold. She plucked one out and left the satchel on her knee. Olur snapped his finger at her. Hey, are you awake? Drawing her attention from the ring. She pinched, and again he said, they said it was impossible, but they may be wrong about our domain's future. Let's say Celia doesn't become the champion. I'll consider her employment. Brocas spoke over the fire's crackle. It's entirely possible that she'll be accepted. That little red-headed mercenary might not seem like it, but she got more brains than the rest of her company had put together. Yorza rolled the ring she'd been picked between her fingers, the smallest silver ring with a little trio of sapphires set into an elegantly etched filigree that looked like a pair of oval leaves overlapping. She slipped it onto her pinky. It fit perfectly, as if it was always meant to be there. Shifting topics, she turned to Olur, who was just about done with his dinner. Brother, what is it that is so important to risk our lives to find our old family home? We've confirmed it's there, and if Celia doesn't become the champion of mind, wouldn't it be safer to venture back in after the epicenter stabilizes? Why did we risk ourselves here? You owe me an answer. That earned her a classic look from him, the one that said he'd rather not give her an answer. Allure pinned his eyebrows together. He seemed to realize a second later that staring her down never worked before and wouldn't work now. He took his glasses off and rubbed his clenched eyes. When he put his lenses back, he gave a deep sigh and relented. Fine. Dad's private ledger and journal both made mention of a scalpel his father once had. Its imbuement was created by King Grav himself. It's a truth-seeker's enchantment. So long as there is fresh blood on it, that person cannot lie and will spill their soul's deepest secrets on a whim. I'll come back to that. I'm going to put a pin in that. That made her blood run a little cooler. She never did like that part of their family's business. There was no point in fretting over the means, and she trusted that her brother knew what he was doing. She wanted to be angry with him, but just couldn't find it in herself. All she could manage was, "Oh, Lord, if you ever use that abomination on someone I care for, I won't think twice when turning it on you. You've already crossed too many lines in the past, and frankly, I'm tired of all the shadow games our family plays at." Allure didn't answer. That was typical. Frogus put a boot to his cookstone and shoved it out of the fire and then stood up and spat into the charcoal. The fire sparked with a shift, and Yorza could see that their friend had bitten his tongue. His clenched jaw and furrowed brow said it all. Frogus harumphed and went to the wagon without a word. A few cloth satchels held tight. Her brother dropped his plate into the stone bowl before reaching over to grab the satchel off her knee. She stood up to follow Frogus, giving her brother a contemptuous sneer. "You knew he'd take issue with this, didn't you?" She barely made it halfway across to their supply cart when her brother's startled shout cut the night's silence in half. She spun to see him standing rigid with wide eyes focused on the ground between his feet. He was shaking like a leaf. The tremors racking through his body were visible from where she stood. She could see that his breathing was erratic and tears were streaming down his cheeks as the light from the fire played across his stunned expression. She hurried back over and wrapped an arm around her brother's racked shoulders, pressing a pair of fingers against the bottom of his chin. His pulse was rapid, as if he'd just been given a huge dose of adrenaline. She shot Phrokas with a sharp look. He grabbed his sword and rushed her way, shouting, "What in Tharun's storms just happened? Are we under attack?" Squawko and the sentinel were on their way as well. This time, when they approached, she was ready when the sentinel's magic wrapped around her mind. She looked back at her brother, and he was still looking down. She followed his gaze to see Celia's satchel upside down between his feet. One of the blue pearls separated and sat closer to the fire. "Allure, let's sit you back down, okay? Just breathe, brother, breathe. Slowly, in and out. You'll be fine, all right?" He did as she asked, and let her lower him back down to sit on the flat cut of the log. She shot a thought to the sentinel. "Hey, you, big guy, can you do anything to tell us what just happened? Or tell us what these memory pearls contain?" The sentinel awkwardly bowed and rounded them with all the gentle grace a being of his stature could muster. He was so quiet it was unnerving how it leaned down, plucked the pearl from the dirt with two massive fingers. She expected him to crush it. To her surprise, he flipped the satchel over and retrieved the other two and examined them. Phrokas kept his straight sword sheath in one hand and the hilt in his other. He spoke softly and rounded the fire. "What's it doing?" The sentinel spoke to all of them. "I can't say exactly what is contained within them, but they appear to carry emotions rather than the full memories. These spells are sensitive to physical contact." Squawko riveted what might have been a question to the sentinel, who in turn knelt down on its knees. He collected the spilled satchel and held it up for the sentinel. Yorza felt the tension in Allure's trembling shoulders start to ebb away. Sweat clung to his collar as he took another deeply shaken breath. With it, he whispered to her, "I'm okay, but that was intense." Reaching down, he picked up his glasses while searching the words he'd need. It felt like, I can't describe it. His eyes flicked back to life as he searched her worried eyes. A primal need to escape? Were there memories or impressions, or was it purely an emotion? She wanted to know what it was that made him react like that. If for no other reason than to better understand Celia's pearls, she almost wanted to touch one of them herself. Almost. While Allure steadied himself, she got up and went to Squawko and held a hand for the satchel. "May I have that back now?" "Certainly, Lady Yorza. I believe they're catalysts of a sort. A bass note?" Squawko passed her the satchel. It caught her off guard to hear the little guy's mind. It always had. A mixture of Frogland songs and instruments intertwined and overlapped to construct the words. Yorza gave a small bow to the odd couple and hurried back to her brother's side to check him over. "You didn't see anything?" He locked hard eyes with hers and shook his head. His distant gaze said enough. It was like being struck by lightning made of pure panic. A desperate need to just be anywhere else. Like there were phantom pains, but no memories. The immediate sensations and overwhelming emotion. Phrokas crouched opposite her, still holding the hilt of his sword, which he had laid across one knee. He spoke to them in his most calming demeanor. "Master Allure, I'd hate to offend you, but it seems Karma's given her opinion on our venture. Maybe you both should get some rest. I don't think Celia will be back tonight. Besides, I doubt she meant to gift us her trauma stars." They both nodded, and Allure's haunted expression faded back to a pensive withdrawal. "Phrokas, Remind me to strangle you tomorrow. With that, he stood unsteadily and went to the claim a bedroll for himself. Her eyes stung with the strain of the day, but she turned her focus to Crocus. Really? Does that scalpel offend you so? He gave a nod and said in a grave tone, It really does. Forcing the truth from somebody is akin to cracking open their souls and plundering their secrets. I know y'all's work is political of a sort, but a tool like that is sickening. Dun dun dun. Okay,
Izzy, you
so
want
a
to go? You
scalpel that forces a person to tell the truth when it has their fresh blood on it. I like this concept. Please go with it. That is very. I like it. Okay,
Izzy, you want to go
I'm
chicken
pinned.
hunting?
What?
I said, you want to go chicken hunting?
No touchy. No touchy.
No touches.
When there's pearls and there's magic of some kind, no touchy.
We do
No
not touch
touchy.
the.
Never
We don't
touchy.
touch it. Hey, we don't even touch it with bare hands. You're lucky if I take it with a fucking leather cloth where I've got some sort of fucking layer between me. You don't touch it. You don't look at it. You don't even breathe fucking near it. Okay?
No touchy.
Because spit, bodily fluids could fucking manipulate. And if they're already holding somebody else's fucking memories, somebody else's fucking magic, you don't play with it. He called it trauma stones. Leave it the fuck alone. Bad. Bad whack-a-mole. Bad whack-a-mole.
I, mm.
We got
I
some
ha-
jewelry tonight.
whack-a-mole.
I'm about to have my own rage because I just found cat piss on the
On the staff.
staff. We might be having our own whack a mole over here. We won't. I'll just clean it up. Yeah, emotional flashbangs, no shit. I will say this that like it kind of reminds me not exactly, but the whole idea of a pearl and it having some kind of power of some kind uh in this case to make you feel an emotion. Now I suddenly want to reread Eon. There's a duology that I loved so much I went and bought secondhand copies. Uh Eon and Iona by Allison Goodman.
See, this reminds me of the pearl thing. Reminds me of the story I read in high school. I want to say it was college bound English. It was probably technical English. I'm not gonna lie about it. But it's about the story where they're pearl divers. That's how they make their fortunes.
Oh, yeah.
But his son ends up very sick, so he goes at night under the full moon and dives for oysters and hopes to get what they call the moon pearl. And depending on what shade the moon pearl is, what the actual cost of it can be to have medicine and medical for the child. And he ends up finding the biggest black moon pearl there is.
Ooh.
And the and it ends up through the story that everybody finds out about it before he can go to the next town over to sell it. So they're trying to rob him. Something happens to the kid. It's a whole big fucking thing of on greed. And I'm sitting there like, if anybody knows what the fuck these damn things do, which is like a flashbang of fucking emotion, don't fucking touch it. No touchy.
Yeah, but if that you came up with Make It Matter May.
Yes, I did. And I mean, loving it. Loving it. But don't touch it.
Those little things.
No touchy.
Oh, touchy. So, speaking of Make It Matter May, next week is the last week for that, and then we move into the Lost and Found of June. Make sure you go and check out the monthly challenges channel to see what kind of the theme of June is going to be in preparation. We're going to try and get some resources in June's channel uh, for help, assistance, ideas, etc., etc. Because this month, y'all found the little things, right? But what if those little things become lost? Or what if those little things were found? And where does that take you? Mind domain. I still don't. Nope. Stay out of my head. Stay out of my head. It's scary up there. I don't even want to live in it half the time.
I mean, there is a reason that every time I say, "Hey, I have an idea," Izzy and the rest of the group physically fucking cringes before they're like, "All right, what the fuck is it now?"
What do you got? What'd you fucking come up with this time? All right, you got the
Sorry.
numbers for the rolls because we are going to do the thingamajiggy. Now, for those of you who had to escape over to YouTube, uh once the results or once the poll is up, go ahead and put your number in the YouTube chat. It will pop over. We will adjust mentally the poll amounts to include your votes. Um So yeah, there we go. Do we have a sticks for poll, or does one of us need to do it? I don't know if he escaped.
Bix, are you still here, or did you
'Cause we can do
escape?
it. Ah,
Nope,
no,
Sticks
he's
is
just
good.
been very, very quiet tonight. He has a problem with acronyms. Okay, what's our first?
Okay, the first one is 55.
55, 55. Oh, I'm sorry. That was my cow as a child. Her name was 55. And she came when I sang her song. A group of strangers is brought together by a shared vision. A group of strangers is brought together by a shared vision.
Okay, 18.
When the glass shattered, every conversation in the hall went silent. When the glass
Okay,
shattered, every conversation in the hall went silent.
44.
I promise, I didn't touch it. Well, not that much.
That sounds dirty.
That could go a lot of ways.
That very much could go a lot of ways. Ad starts in 3.5 minutes. You've got that much time to vote. Once he finishes popping in that. Poll, 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 poll. Not that
Nope.
kind of poll.
Mm.
Yeah, not quite sure how to do all of that. We will figure that out at some point. I don't know
What about just doing it over in the Discord? That
because
way,
our stream audience isn't all members, and they could.
okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, maybe that would be like incentive for them to join so they can vote.
We're not
9 votes in, and right now, dialogue is 3 ahead, 2 ahead. We got 10 votes. How many people we got here?
all right, and we got what's what? What do you mean? What's third, Doggy?
Oh shit! Got 11.
Well, subtract one for the channel.
No, that one doesn't show up. I've counted
Oh,
them
it
before.
doesn't? Okay. I
No,
thought it did.
the
Okay.
bots don't count either as viewers.
Gotcha.
All right, so YouTube voters. Okay, so we've got another vote for dialogue. YouTube, if you did not pop over to Twitch in order to vote, why do I even bother? Sticks will take care of the math. I do math during my day job. I apparently do not have to do math during my night job. Doc, you voted?
Has everybody had the chance to vote? If you are in chat and you have not voted, why not? 11 out of 11, yeah.
Well, that's for the Twitch side. We've got some viewers who had to jump over to YouTube because of glitchy.
Well, so far everybody's picked
Okay.
dialogue on that side, so
Oh, well, I scrolled up and didn't see, like, I was trying to. Oh,
yes.
okay. Doc voted in Twitch. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Anybody else on the YouTube side who did not vote on Twitch side? Oh, well, Bitzer, now you got to make decisions. Good luck with that. Guess you'll have to do that virtually because a D3 does not exist. Yep, dialogue wins.
It's a D6. Just
Yeah, but do you go with 1 and 2 equals 1, 3 and 4 equals 2, 5 and 6 equals 3, or
Divide by 2.
even not.
Yeah.
Just saying, they're the once you start, I always like after I roll, I justify why I'm not going to listen to the roll. So I got to do a
All
D3. Like,
right. 8 votes.
oh, okay, and the winner. Oh, that's a good idea. Roll a D7 D3 and take the survey. All right, dialogue wins. I promise I didn't touch it. Well, not that much. This is the last week for Julie's birthday challenge, which will go forward. Pretty sure we'll go forward with it every May from here on out. So next year she's got to come up with a different birthday challenge. Make it matter. Focus on significance, big or small. Small moments with big emotional weight, ordinary things treated as important, or a single choice that changes everything. And don't forget, you can reply to the newsletter with your story in line. You can reply with it as an attached PDF. Please, 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 please make sure that you put your pen name in the subject line and your word count. Because some of your guys's come through name is different than your screen name, and don't want to accidentally out anybody's real names in certain instances. And it just, frankly, like, it's just easier if we see it, your pen name, and we go with it. And your word count there. Because if Julie's running right to the wire like she has been, I jump in and start doing the paperwork on the back end for keeping track of. And we don't want me accidentally opening it up and accidentally starting to read. My eyes jump and then I can't stop them. You can't unsee things, like sharing mistresses. You can't unsee that. And it ruins the surprise, but it was actually like quite any hoozle. Wish there were more bubble reaction options. What, like the alerts? Oh, come on. It took Shar a while to come up with those. So chill. Um, don't forget, we got the Discord, we got the newsletter. We're going to be working here more concentratedly on our website. So if Hold My Pen Promptcast has helped you in any way, shape, or form, please send to the Hold My Pen Promptcast email, all one word, Gmail. Your testimonial. A couple of sentences about how it's helped you with your writing journey, whatever. We want to share with the world what we do. Um, so that way more lovely people can come and share their stories and hear yours. And I mean, Trisha's TBR is getting even longer, you know. I mean, it's probably longer than mine by now, and mine's 1400. So, um, and so, give a couple of hundred. Um, yeah, there we go. The webmaster. What in the Halloween decoration? What are you talking about? What in the Halloween decoration? 1 to 3 sentences about your thoughts on the show and your experience. Oh, my witch left.
I can do an Uncle Fester laugh. I don't want to have an asthma attack tonight. The older I've gotten, the harder that one gets. All right, and on that note, thank you guys so much for being here. We have so many good things coming up in the process of the next few months. So please stay tuned. Um, Remember, we have Book for Friday. Why is it called Book for Friday? Because we talk about books on fucking Friday with authors, narrators, and anybody that helps us take our fucking dreams and make them a goddamn reality. So if you want to be on the show, we have a spot in our freaking link tree, bio, beacons, links, all that. Uh, Fill out your damn form. Get it to me. If you don't get it to me, I can't schedule you. Come on,
Right?
people. Follow directions. Come on.
And
Either which way.
as Styx just said, there may be a very, very, very special episode this upcoming Friday. Some special guests that may have quite a few followers, may have quite a few books out there, and we want to be on our best unhinged behavior. Tell them, show them we're not like the other
It
ones.
is what it is.
We know we're not like the other ones, right? We're not like the other
Oh, yeah, yeah.
communities out there.
Well,
We're completely unhinged. We have our entire like they're secrets. What secrets?
bum, bum. So yeah, keep news for that. Also, we are looking to also start doing advertisements and stuff like that on Facebook so we can post it out there and get more people over to the show, whether that be on the Twitch side or on the YouTube side. Other than that, be on the lookout for tomorrow as soon as I can get my ass up, get the newsletter done. There will be one this week, people. I'm trying, okay? It's been a rough fucking 2 weeks. Bear with me. Um, get it? Bear. Haha. Uh Otherwise, don't add to the population, don't fucking subtract from the population. You get your ass fucking arrested. Don't call me. I don't have bail money, but I might write you a letter or three. Um, If you don't plan on changing diapers in fucking 9 months, wrap your goddamn tool. Otherwise, keep your fucking ass out of the damn hospital, out of jail, and on the fucking straight and narrow because you're gonna have to be back here on Friday night to see what the fuck we, our unhinged selves, are got fucking planned. And then you've got to be here Saturday night to hear what the fuck we came up with over the damn prompt week. Also, any new prompters, if you came in here and you found us, guess what? You fell in the fucking rabbit hole. You now belong to us. We're sorry ahead of time. Not really. Um, you know how to get a hold, or you've entered the Discord, ask questions. Do not feed the animals unless you plan on taking them fucking home. I cannot stress this enough, people. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. And we will see you on Friday night. Love you guys. Be safe. Have an amazing week. And if you are celebrating Memorial Day, thank a damn veteran who actually got to come home. Place candles on the graves that didn't. And when you crack a fucking beer, leave one open for the ones that didn't make it back. We'll see you guys on Friday. Bye.
Boo! Is
Hey.
it just me or